Okay. I'll do a little intro and then build it. Okay. Well, welcome to Bristol and welcome to Rocket Padel, an extremely impressive facility that this weekend plays host to the UK Padel County Championships, a tournament that highlights the sport's growth and developments across the country, and no doubt will serve up plenty of entertainment and inspiration as well. Over the course of today and tomorrow, around 20 counties and regions of the British Isles will compete in UK Padel's latest age group team competition. And today it's the turn of the over 40s to showcase their passion for the sport on this national stage. We are streaming both days of action on the UK Padel YouTube channel, so welcome along from wherever you're joining us today. Our initial focus is on the mixed pairs and Group 2 of the round robin stage. Nearest to the camera we have Team Surrey going well in the early stages of this particular tie against Suffolk, leading in the early stages with a couple of breaks under their belt by 3-love. Surrey looking to secure a place in the semi-finals. I saw them earlier beat Devon by 2-0, although they were beaten by the Channel Islands in a shootout after their encounter had finished 1 apiece. So work to do for Surrey if they want to advance. They may well need results elsewhere to go their way as well. But a good start so far. Rob Malarkey in the chair for this one, and alongside me it's Surrey's men's captain Ali Anderson. Good afternoon to you, Ali. And first of all, what an impressive setup and what an impressive facility this is.
Hi, afternoon. Thanks for letting me join you guys. It's the first time I ever came here was probably 2 to 3 years ago, and it was the best paddle facility I'd ever come across. Actually, I've never played in such a large indoor venue, and the staff are always fantastic, so accommodating, hard-working. I know I'm not being paid by them. I generally have these feelings, but it's been a good start for this mixed match.
Yeah, it's been a good day so far. Plenty to look forward to between now and around 7:30 as well. It will culminate in the Surrey's pair of number 11 ranked player, women's over 40s rankings, up against Adrian Meredith, who's serving right now at 1-3 in this opening set. Sue Stenson is his partner. But no doubt about it, Surrey have taken early control of this one, despite that concession of the most recent game.
Oh, lucky. It's interesting to watch the different styles on show, actually. We have Craig, who loves to play with lots of intense spin. Can be very bamboozling at times. But sometimes I think he should just hit through it maybe a little bit more and just use his natural power. He's a very tall guy. But he loves just manoeuvring that ball around the court.
Yeah, he's used the power of the back wall to good effect already today as well.
Oh, unlucky, just out.
And over the course of the day as well, if you are new to paddle, if you're joining us for the first time, we will talk you through some of the strategies that come into play, some of the techniques that come into play, and some of the shots that certain players like to employ. Players do have preferred shots as well, their go-to in times of trouble, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. You really notice some players love using the walls for, well, so much more than other players. I mean, realistically in paddle, we should all use the wall more than we do. But it's when it comes off the glass, it can be quite confusing. The ball can have all sorts of weird spins on it, and the more you play, obviously, the easier that becomes. What's nice in the indoor facility is obviously we don't have external factors like the sun and the wind. Generally, a lot of us will play most of our paddle outdoors. So coming in here, it does take a little bit to get used to the lights, the noise. The noise is a big one that you don't really realise. With 8 or 9 courts all playing at the same time, it is loud.
So another game on the scoreboard for Suffolk. They've clawed it back to 3-2, so they've managed to get one of the breaks back that they need, but there's still a breakdown. Surrey serving at 3-2. You mentioned the conditions a short while ago as well. It's nudging, 30 degrees outside, but arguably in certain portions of this arena it's much warmer, isn't it, because it really is taking its toll, I think.
It feels hot in here, and it's not just because of the high level paddle. It is it is scorching. There's no air, and it will, on long matches, it will have a big effect on the players as we go through the day.
And that's where game management and I suppose time management and schedule management might come into play later on as well.
Oh, that's a great rally there.
Yeah, De Silva was dancing all over the court in that one, and there was a good lean too over the net, or not over the net, but just as he was trying to deal with that smash by Meredith, he responded really well, just read that fly to the ball very effectively.
Well, it's funny you use the term dancing, because Craig actually does love dancing. He thinks himself as a bit of a Michael Jackson protege.
Oh right, I thought you meant ballroom for a moment.
No,
but,
no.
We're talking moonwalking.
Oh yes.
But yeah, just watching, the very light on his feet actually as well, just watching his footwork and watching his awareness of what was going on around him, and of course mindful of his playing partner as well.
It can be one of the struggles in a doubles game, is if you don't know your partner and where they like to position themselves, it's making sure you get out of the way. Very cagey paddle right now. You can see that Surrey are a little disappointed they're not further ahead, and the nerves may be getting to the better of them a little bit. They're playing very within themselves and really not stretching themselves at all. Yeah,
they started strongly and it looked as though it was going to be one-way traffic, but credit to Suffolk for clawing their way back into this one.
Great pickup. Whoever loses this rally will be very disappointed.
Oh, it's a contentious one. They're just asking the question.
We can't see it from our angle, can we? They've given it to Suffolk, I think.
Well, that was by far and away the longest rally of the match so far. There was a really good defensive play initially by Vanessa North-Panting in the early stages of that one. No reward in the end, though, for Surrey. That's a great smash from Meredith as well. Just 1 or 2 moments earlier where Meredith, I thought, was a little bit maybe spongy on the overhead. He could have been a little bit more aggressive, but
it's quite often it's risk reward in this game, and if you go for the smash and you don't get it right, quite often you lose that point, especially in these hot conditions. Great shot.
Yeah, they've really warmed into this. Like you say, they've still got work to do here, but yeah, they've certainly started to settle into this one. Again, just a little bit of a talking point at the end of that particular exchange, but it is 4-3. Suffolk still very much involved in this first set, but they still need to find this break from somewhere. So as long as Surrey stay strong on serve, then they should be okay. But yeah, this is developing into an intriguing match so far. Surrey had success here, by the way, last year in the over 40s in the UK County Championships. They took the honours in the women's event. It was a a tournament last year, 12 months ago, that was largely dominated by Yorkshire, who did well in the mixed and reached the finals of both the men's and the women's, and looking strong again today in certain areas as well. Yorkshire, I've seen bits and pieces of them so far this morning.
They've got a very strong team. They've got at least half their players play internationally for GB across different age groups. So they will have players in their 50s here who play over 50s for GB, but they have had a strong paddle following in Yorkshire for best part of 10 years now, nearly.
Well, here we go then. Surrey back on serve, and this time serving for the opening set, leading as they do. Serving for 4-3, so looking to consolidate their position. Just a little bit carried away with myself there.
It's lovely positioning from Craig there.
Yeah, and as is the case with doubles tennis as well, the communication is absolutely essential.
Yeah, with the added extra element of the beautiful thing about paddle for me compared to tennis is if the ball goes past you, the point's not over. In tennis, brute force is the winner 9 times out of 10. In paddle, obviously because of the back glass, if you hit too hard, the ball will come back and could actually be very easy for the people who are attacking your side. Great lob from Craig there. Oh, fantastic counter.
Yeah, well, both teams there did a really good job of forcing the other team back to the wall, and it again developed into a nice exchange between the two, but nicely finished off again. The other thing I noticed as well this morning when I turned up, there was a lot of camaraderie around the place as well, I've got to say, but as soon as the competition starts, I noticed there was a real upsurge in the intensity and the tempo as well.
I mean, to be honest, everyone's here to have fun, but at the same time, people are entering to win, so at some stage, obviously, friendship, fun, fair play, all the rest of it, but this is a competitive event.
That's a gorgeous piece of placement there from Craig De Silva. Again, just that little glance just to see where his opponent was, where Sue Stenson was positioned, and he just threaded it beyond the reach of the outstretched forehand and just able to slot it into that narrow gap on the juice court.
Lovely volley. Great smash by Craig there. I mean, aiming for that section of the cage is always a fantastic place to aim for because you never know how it's going to bounce.
Yeah, where that support position is, it can...
Or just into the cage in general. It's the hardest angle to try and hit, but you have such variable bounce off the cage.
Yeah, direct hit there from...
Could be a break on the cards here.
Bansing, and could be very much a break and, of course, set point on the cards as well.
Lovely spin.
Yeah, and that's where all the problems were created, wasn't it? Just the spin as well as it coming back off the wall. It was so difficult to read, and of course when you're trying to pirouette away from that situation. 3 set points converted at the first time of asking, and Surrey, well, they were quickly into their stride in that first set. They raced into a 3-love lead. Suffolk, to their credit, did hit back to an extent, but there was only so much they could do. And, well, in the end, I think Suffolk just left themselves with that little bit too much to do. And against this talented partnership, it was always going to be a tall order. Surrey take the opener by 6 games to 3.
Yeah.
So a chance to regroup and reset for these two partnerships. We do have this situation with the format of this weekend whereby another match is ongoing at the same time. So we have pair 1 against pair 1, pair 2 against pair 2, and then if those two are shared, we then go into a shootout. And that was Surrey's undoing earlier on, wasn't it, against the Channel Islands?
It was. I mean, it's a very tough match. Channel Islands are a very talented side with very strong women and very strong men as well. I was playing first pair, and we narrowly won in a third set champions tiebreak. Our second pair lost, and then the way it works is one player from each pair then goes to play the final champions tiebreak. So it's a very odd format just to go and play one more 10-point tiebreak. And if a couple of bad points here and there, and the momentum shifts completely, and it's very hard to recover in such a short space of time.
Yeah. Well, Surrey with the added advantage of having taken the opening set. They're also serving first at the start of the second as well. That one is almost on its way to Bath, to be honest, but somehow it's got lodged in the pipework on the roof of the building. I think we've lost a ball for the time being, but did well to get something on it in the first place.
Yeah, well, you could see there that Craig has relaxed a little bit. Now they've got the first set, he's got his confidence back, he's going for his smash a little bit more. So hopefully, well, for a Surrey point of view, hopefully he continues with that aggressive, positive style.
Yeah, no need for you to be impartial. I wouldn't really expect anything else. But for me, I will sit on both sides of the net at the same time. Could have maybe let that one go.
Yeah, that was going to go long, and what we can't quite hear from our point of view is, did her partner tell her to leave, or was there no communication? Because quite often your partner can help you make choices on the court.
Yeah, and sometimes the calls can be a little bit ambiguous as well in the heat of battle, but yeah, that was one that maybe should have been just left to chance and maybe backpedal into position. It's all well and good me sitting here saying that, but it is sometimes a split-second decision that can make the difference, and ultimately that's where matches can be won and lost. It really is such a fine margin at times.
I mean, the communication side of the game is massive. The best pairs will be talking to each other throughout every single point, talking about where their opposition are, talking about how close they are to the net, talking about whether or not they think it's going to hit the wall. You have lots of watchwords, like so watch, leave, time, things you'll hear a lot at top-level paddle.
Yeah, I mean, there will be a certain element of telepathy and sort of reliance on your opponent, but yeah, as you say, I've noticed it this morning, certainly a huge amount of communication ongoing. Anyway, Suffolk serving at love 1 in the second set, having lost the opener by 6-3. Well, he knows that it wasn't a good shot.
He's not happy with himself there, is he?
Yeah, he's given himself a good ticking off. There's no need for us to pass any sort of comment on that one. He knows where that went wrong.
But luckily his partner's smiling and laughing, so it's always a good sign. Once you get too angry at your partner, there's not an easy route back.
Yeah, like with most things, I suppose it's all about how you keep a lid on it. You don't want to make one mistake turn into a string of 5 or 6. You need to just put it to one side and move on. Yeah, nice exchange, real rat-a-tat-tat stuff at the net. And
yeah, but you could see there the Surrey pair were not close enough to the net. They stood in, it's not quite no man's land, but it's transition zone, and they didn't shut down the angles there. Oh, great pickup. Oh my goodness. Oh, Craig.
That one's not coming back.
That's the best way, you know. No one can get that one. That was a great point. Possibly the best point of the match so far, I think.
Just going back to what you said there about the Surrey pair being stranded, maybe so your suggestion in that situation is maybe come forward a little bit more, and if they're lobbed, then scamper back.
If you're lobbed, you have time to go back and use the glass. Yeah, always try and get a little bit closer to the net. Just in front of the second post is like your paddle golden rule. It's a little bit better there from this. Good. Craig's more in this time, and now we play cat and mouse for a little while. Side glass, yeah. Nice rally there.
Yeah, and if you are watching for the first time, the eagle-eyed of you will notice that we have no umpire in situ on this court. It does happen in certain events, but here it's all about honesty and integrity.
It's a great pickup. Oh, tough bounce off the cage there.
Yeah, just one of those where it may have just been a slight moment of hesitation, just a split second of decision making. It looked as though the smash might have been on, but as you say, can be a very risky manoeuvre at times, and it was just a very sensible plan B really from Silva.
So it looks like the other pairs match has already finished with a Surrey victory.
So 1-0 Surrey lead, and halfway to victory in this one as well, and going well in this second set, leading with that early break. 15 love on serve. Well, that drop shot almost was like a bag of cement, wasn't it? It was an awkward pickup, but you just felt from that moment on it was always going to be Surrey's point.
But what's nice there in the mixed game versus the men's there is in a men's game there, Craig would have smashed that ball at 1,000,000 miles an hour straight at the player on the parallel. Now, obviously, he's a gentleman, and he's decided to go for a nice spin in the corner rather than, you know, let's call it peppering the right court player. But the paddle etiquette in mixed can be quite complicated.
And I would suggest if it was match point, it might well be a very different story.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the classic, I'm so sorry, but I'm not really that sorry.
Yeah, there's a time and a place,
Yeah.
and you'll get the idea of when that time and when that place is.
Oh, great pick-up, Ness. Oh,
Yeah, well played. Really good awareness from Vanessa North-Panting, and the way she just had to just lurch into that one as well. She was slightly off balance when she played that one against the wall, but just enough to get the ball back over and keep the point alive.
the hot conditions help. Okay, so the ball moves more cleanly, more freely through the air in these hot conditions. So using the back glass as a boast, that's called, is a lot easier in these sort of conditions. When it's colder, it can be very hard to get the ball out of court at all, or to use the glass in that same scenario.
Yeah, just to give you a little form guide ahead of this one as well. Surrey beat Devon, as I mentioned, by 2-0. Devon in turn beat Suffolk by 2-0. So logic tells you that Surrey would have been the favourites to come through this one, as they are. At the moment, it's looking as though they will. But yeah, they've had their moments, Suffolk, in this one.
They have. It's been a good showing.
It's been competitive, and
yeah, no, exactly. It hasn't been a whitewash. They've really dug their heels in and made it tricky for the Surrey pair.
serving at love 3 though.
Oh.
Well, I would venture that was a slight miss-hit on the initial overhead from Craig de Silva. I'm not totally sure.
See, he's a very tricky player. So
It might have been a very well-disguised shot, yeah.
Positives are his unpredictability.
But the follow-up, I have to say, had a gorgeous amount of slice on it. And
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of slice.
It
Considering you don't have any strings on his rackets, that's
Yeah.
a heavy slice.
it took Meredith right into the cage.
Oh, unlucky. Great effort.
Yeah, and again, you saw there the decision-making process almost whirring through his brain as he sized up that opportunity close to the net, tempted maybe to go for the smash, but I think at that angle, I think he played the right shot.
I mean, if you win the point, it's always the right shot.
Well,
That's
absolutely.
my mantra anyway. Oh, out, I think. Yeah, unlucky.
Yeah, just maybe a slight off-balance manoeuvre as
It
well.
is hard to smash the ball when it is behind you. It's not impossible, but your risks go up and your percentage chance of winning that point probably goes down.
2 break points.
Good.
Yeah.
Well done, Craig.
And those 2 break points are converted at the first time of asking, and it's a double break for Surrey, who are very much in control of this second set. Very similar to the opening 3-4 games of the first set as well, when they really took charge before allowing Suffolk back in. You suspect that won't happen again this time. Well, soft hands, but too soft on that occasion.
Possibly slightly ambitious there from De Silva, but he can laugh about it, so it shows he's still in a good frame of mind. Probably around 18 months ago, Craig had the #1 over 40s ranking, which he was very, very proud of. He does play a lot of tournaments and is a very, very good paddle player. He's had a lot of experience at these high-level games.
Yeah, and on this evidence, he's looking like a #1 player today as well.
Unlucky. Good try.
We had a perfect view of his previous serve into this side of the court. On the left-hand side of your screen, it was right on the apex, wasn't it? Just beyond the cage. And it just made life so difficult from the word go.
And then he's mixed it up again there. He's got a T serve rather than wide. Keeps his opponent guessing. Ooh.
Well, it was a late call of yours, and
If you play with Ness regularly, you get quite used to this. Well, it's not quite shrill, but this very loud "you,"
Yeah.
and she really means it. And if you don't get it, she'll be very cross with you.
but she reacted well when she was told to play the shot.
That's a lovely shot, lovely. Oh, very good.
Yeah, just kept that ball nice and flat, nice and low. Made full use of the angle as well on this side of the court. Still a very difficult shot to employ. That spin just killed it, didn't it?
There was a lot of spin there, but a beautiful example there of that very deep ball, very close to the back wall. It bounces up with backspin, and that's how you know it's in. Now, that's probably those sort of calls are the ones that you have the most problems with in a paddle match. As a general rule, above 45 degrees, and if it has backspin, you basically say it's always in.
Yeah.
Any topspin on the ball, generally out.
So trajectory or spin will be certainly a 99% clue as to.
For me, if it's got backspin on, it has to be in.
Yeah. But sometimes when players are watching the flight of the ball, and they obviously want to maintain this level of integrity, as I said, and if they're watching the flight of the ball and then watching for the bounce as well, and also moving their feet in time
Sometimes
to
the
the
sound can
And
be
the sound,
a key
yeah.
as well, but sometimes the sound can be deceiving. If the panel's a little bit loose and it hits almost at the same time, it can make it sound like it's out, but then the spin is in. In general, you'd hope if there's any real debate, you just play 2. But sometimes people are very adamant that it's one way or the other. Oh, great pickup.
Well, love 5 on the Suffolk serve. It's been a dominant performance in this second set, and you feel the writing is pretty much on the wall here.
That's a big smash there from Craig.
Yeah, again, there was a very low slice in the midst of all that as well. It would, I think a 6-love scoreline would be somewhat harsh on Suffolk in this second set. I mean, Surrey have been, as I say, the dominant force in this second set and in this match. But as I say, I think Surrey know that Suffolk have had their moments in this one.
Yeah, I mean, Adrian's played a very good match, as has Sue, but I think overall, the Surrey players probably got a bit more match experience, I think. Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, just that momentum, just derailing the Suffolk team there. I mean, it was a gorgeous lob in the initial instance, wasn't it? Right into the corner.
Nice, yeah.
Couldn't have planted it any better.
That's nice as well.
But we have 2 match points here.
Oh, it's wide, I think. It is,
Yep.
and it is game, set, match.
And
Sorry.
it looks as though that is that, because The handshakes have been exchanged and Surrey have come through this one, and with Surrey coming through the other pairs match as well, it's another point on the board. But will it be enough? It may well be that earlier defeat by the Channel Islands could well count against them. But an emphatic win on this court for our opener this afternoon here in Bristol. Surrey take it in straight sets, 6-3, 6-love.
Yeah, makes sense.
Actually, it was one of the straight away like yes, she did. I think not until it's like.
Did you want to get here at 9?
Well, welcome back to Court 1, day 1 of the UK Padel County Championships here at Rocket Padel in Bristol. A short while ago we saw a win for Surrey at the expense of Suffolk in our latest round-robin encounter in the mixed event. Now our focus turns to the women's pairs and a Group 1 encounter between Yorkshire and the Channel Islands. Mentioned earlier, Yorkshire had a terrific time of things here last year in the finals of 2024, taking the honours in the mixed event and also reaching the final in both the men's and the women's. But a tough encounter awaits in this one. The Channel Islands having started things off earlier today with a 2-0 win over Berkshire. Just to point you in the right direction as to the personnel involved in this one, starting with the Channel Islands team nearest to us, we have Chantal Delamere from Guernsey, the 45th ranked player in this particular age bracket. And just a few places better off, we have Sarah Barnes, who is from Jersey. Facing them at the other end, we have the Yorkshire combination of Sophie Cousins. She is ranked 14 in this particular age group. And also we have the number 2 ranked player, Sally Fisher. So on paper at least it looks as though Yorkshire have the stronger of the two pairings, but this won't be easy for them. Channel Islands come here, or certainly arrived here this weekend, with a strong reputation in this particular age group and in general in UK Padel as well. Delighted to say that the captain of the South Scotland men's team is alongside me, Rob Malarkey, for this one. Good afternoon to John Byrne.
Hi there. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Glad to have you alongside. Also, well, first and foremost, enjoying your day so far?
Yes, it's been good. Always good to come down to Bristol. Down recently at the Four Nations, so it's good to come back down. Great paddle ahead.
And a productive day, a successful day so far, or a mixed bag so far?
Well, we've played one game this morning over at Surrey at the other venue and just lost out to South Wales, so still got another game today.
And how do you see this one shaping up? I mentioned Yorkshire having this strong reputation largely in what they did here 12 months ago, right across the board. They almost had a clean sweep, but the Channel Islands, one of the regions that has a very strong reputation as well. So we could be in for a close one, I feel, in this encounter.
Yeah, definitely. No Sally and time out from before in games, but the Channel Islands look a really good, strong pair. Watching them earlier on and just the warm-up as well.
Yeah, just to illustrate as well, this is the over 40s competition. We had the over 50s tournament not too long ago as well. That was a couple of months ago. More than 220 players featured in that particular event. I've not quite done the head count for this weekend so far, but I wouldn't be surprised if we were able to surpass that particular number over the course of today and tomorrow. As John said, we are also playing another venue in Bristol as well. So 2 venues providing the setting this weekend. And another mention as well, if you are new to the sport, then hopefully this weekend might inspire you to visit your nearest paddle hub, pick up a bat and introduce yourself to one of the fastest growing sports in the country, as I did not too long ago, I have to say. But, well, I'm not going to... I don't feel I'm in a position really to give you an update on how I'm faring so far, but what I will say, John, is the fact that I've been able to give myself a real barometer here today by what I've been doing and what I'm hoping to aspire to, because some of these guys and some of these women out here today have been absolutely sensational. Some of the technique, the shot making on display as well has been absolutely, well, yeah, inspirational, I suppose would be the word for it.
No, definitely. In the last 2 or 3 years, there's a great rise in the ladies' game, becoming more, not so much tennis orientated, but it's more paddle.
And I suppose, as I mentioned as well, not just inspiring people like me, but also a chance this weekend for these players to showcase the growth and the development of paddle in the UK, not just in this particular age range, but in terms of the sport as a whole as well. I mean, you look at the numbers year on year, it's been absolutely astonishing what's been achieved since COVID, really, especially. Oh
yeah, definitely. The growth in paddle in the UK is just growing and growing. Up in Scotland where we are as well, there's courts getting built all over the place, so hopefully we get more of the Scottish teams down for the counties to come.
And just a quick word about Scotland as well. You're representing the south of Scotland team, so I imagine that covers the Borders area, Dumfries and Galloway. How far does the south extend? How far north does that go?
Well, it only goes probably into just before Glasgow, and then
Okay.
Glasgow is kind of the west side. So yeah, we've got a good, healthy group of players. Ladies, not so much, but hopefully, as I say, everything growing, that next year possibly we'll have more of the Scottish contingent down.
Well, certainly Scotland has more than contributed to plenty of success for British tennis lately as well. Even in the post-Andy Murray era, we have Jacob Fernley going well, of course, for the ATP Tour, reaching his first quarter-final just a couple of days ago at Queen's Club. And as John said, a very strong developing nation and region of the British Isles in paddle terms as well. We are just having the spin of the bat to determine the start of this match. Looks as though Yorkshire elected to switch ends there. But we mentioned it earlier that the conditions could well play a part as well today. It's getting warmer and warmer as the day progresses, nudging 30 degrees Celsius outside. And at times today in this arena, it has been absolutely, well, it's almost like a brick wall of heat and exposure. Well, Channel Islands ready to go. Yorkshire just taking a moment to fine-tune one or two things. There is no real time limit, I suppose, in paddle. Much of it is on etiquette and integrity, isn't it? I suppose you know, you can't really be too cheeky, but 20 seconds between points or so, but there isn't any hard and stringent measure on timing.
No, I don't think so at the kind of the tournament level just now. It is warm, as you said, really warm. So plenty of fluid taken on board.
Yep, looking to make the most of the changeovers as well. I really think this could be a match that goes the distance, but it is the Channel Islands to get things underway. And it really will be about just setting the tone as well. Saw in the previous match, Surrey really from the word go took control against Suffolk. They were quickly in charge of that one. And it could be, as so often is the case, about who starts the better, who can really impose themselves from the word go. Yeah, taking an evasive action there was Sophie Cousins. That was nice technique, wasn't it, with the little pirouette from Sophie Cousins. Waiting for that ball to come round the other way, but just unable to capitalise on that situation. And Channel Islands with a fairly comfortable holder serve to start things off.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that. First game. Nice and controlled, playing balls into corners, just trying to open up space.
Mentioned earlier, 20 regions and counties of the British Isles taking part this weekend, including South Scotland, John's team. I suspect that as we move on further down the road in years to come, that more counties will be represented at these, and maybe even qualifying might come into play as well for tournaments like this.
Yeah, yes, exactly. As I say, the level keeps growing every year at different levels, and it's great to see what UK Padel are doing, and with the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s, and the Open counties over the year.
Well, let's see how Yorkshire fare in their opening service game.
Ah, nice shot.
Sophie Cousins on serve for them initially. Based at the club in Wetherby.
Oh, nicely Bahada down the line.
Yeah, nicely disguised that as well. So often,
Nice and controlled.
yeah, you might be expecting something more robust to come your way, but just threading it down the line really. It's a shame because it was an excellent reach
Yeah,
initially,
good
wasn't it?
pick up.
But the questions just kept on coming. Yeah, you don't need to be an expert lip reader to gauge the reaction there. Disappointed, I think, would be the
Yeah, it can be
word that she would
frustrating
use.
sometimes.
Yeah, not too many dramas on serve either for Yorkshire as they quickly level things up. Just the 1 point conceded over the course of that one. 1 or 2 unforced errors maybe from the Channel Islands team, but yeah, I think Yorkshire will be satisfied with that rather swift response. And very little so far to change my mind that this could be a very close contest.
Yeah, it's going to be very close, I think.
So the Channel Islands team back on serve at 1 game all. Yeah, we touched upon it as well in the first match. The communication looks to be strong for the Channel Islands team as well.
Yeah, communication's good between yourself and your partner, just talking points through where the opponents are, what shots to maybe play.
Yeah, just acknowledging that slight element of good fortune in the midst of that particular exchange as well. Yeah, she's just having a bit of a rueful look at the ceiling there. Maybe 1 or 2 of the lights may have proved a distraction, maybe just allowed that ball to drop a little bit too much before she played that volley. Well, there was a call,
Was a call, yeah.
but there
Just
was,
unfortunate.
yeah, slight unfortunate, almost coming together. But again, that initial smash stemmed from a slight miss hit on the return, didn't it? And that's where the damage was done, really. So that was, yeah, arguably the most comfortable service game of the lot, really, and Channel Islands back into a 2-1 lead. Just in terms of your own personal journey, John, as far as paddle is concerned, well, firstly, what inspired you to take it up, and how long ago was that?
Yeah, it was about 10, 12 years ago in Spain, actually. Just playing with kind of family and friends. A good friend, David McCulloch, he was over there and he said, I think I'm going to try and find somewhere back in west of Scotland, and he found a warehouse and put 3 indoor courts where our club is. And from then it's just become, my good lady will tell me that it's my my passion, and it's you live and breathe paddle, as everybody knows. So yeah, and especially at our kind of age of life, you can still be playing no matter what age you are.
Yeah, and I suppose people who maybe have got to the stage where tennis is just beginning to get that little bit too tough, and squash to an extent is beginning to take its toll. This is a really, people who just want to keep active and keep playing, this is a really good next step, isn't it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Even if just for the social side, it's no matter where you go, clubs are very welcome, and the games, good close games, you can get 4 people on a court and start a game within 5 minutes, which is really good.
Yorkshire back on serve at 1-2. Sally Fisher did the bulk of the work in that particular rally, and in the end it was all to no avail. Really testing her volleying credentials as well over the course of that one.
They're putting Channel Islands are putting Sophie in the fridge.
It's interesting actually that you mentioned Spain, because a lot of people I've spoken to today, and at other clubs as well across the country, Epsom, Leeds, Middlesbrough as well, they say they too were introduced to paddle in Spain. Such a powerhouse, such a dominant force in the game. given the weather, I suppose, which
Weather
helps.
helps a lot, so it does. Yeah, no, it depends. The kind of #1 country for, as we see over the years, with #1s, Padel champions, and between that and Argentina. But we don't go very many Argentinian holidays, so Spain's the place for everybody in Britain to first take it up.
Guess where John might be going next?
Don't know about that. I've got actually the EPL couple of weeks' time down in London, Rocks Lane. Nice finish.
It was always going to take something like that to finish that one off. It was one of those exchanges that was just developing. It could have been a really lengthy one, but Yorkshire really taking the
very patient
bull
just
by the
waiting
horns
for that clinical moment.
Yeah, that's what you have to be as well. You do have to be patient. It can be so tempting to have that rush of blood, especially when you're lured into a smash. But as we heard and as we saw earlier, sometimes the smash can be played at the wrong time, and it can be a very risky strategy, very risky manoeuvre. But Yorkshire just staying patient, and when that moment came, they pulled the trigger. 30-all. That one just catching the cage first. Clipping the bottom of the glass wall as well. It was close, but this is an opportunity for the Channel Islands to pick up a first break of serve. But the break opportunity is squandered, and we have a situation now where we have 40-all juice and receiver's choice.
Yeah, nice shot.
Well, it was good defensive work initially, wasn't it?
To start with, yep, very good.
But then just couldn't quite move the feet in time to position herself for the tweener. And there we have the first break of serve. Yeah, if you are watching for the first time today, we do have this situation. If we get to juice, then we have the receiver's choice, just the golden point, as we see in doubles tennis on the regular tour. Away from the Grand Slams, we have that situation where we have receiver's choice on those points. And that's one of the other joys of paddle, isn't it? That fast tempo, that fast pace, no unnecessary hold-ups. Just keep that game ticking over, keep the match ticking over.
Yeah, it's just a continual playing games and play for so long in the game. Okay, Sally.
Yeah, it was awkward, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's what the fence is there for. It just bounces different directions. Really annoying.
Yeah, trying to second guess a metal mesh is tricky at the best of times. When you're sort of moving your feet and keeping an eye on the ball at the same time, it's sometimes impossible.
Great work from Sophie, opened up the space.
Yeah, really well carved out that point. And again, there was an element of patience to it, but just started to carve out those openings and just created that little gap of space down the middle. And that's where the error came. But despite a stronger showing from Yorkshire in that game, the Channel Islands come through on serve once again. And yeah, scoreboard psychology starting to come into play now. 4-1. Yorkshire with the serve to come, but Yorkshire with plenty of work to do. Channel Islands really taking control of this one. Have around about 60 seconds or so in between the change of ends for the players to take a drink and take a moment. maybe wipe themselves down as well, because it is very hot in here today. But yeah, good match so far. It does look as though Channel Islands are taking control of this one, but I don't think it will take much for Yorkshire to get back into this. There are, I think, 1 or 2 encouraging signs.
Yeah, definitely. As I say, and as everybody knows, playing paddle, you could be 4-1 up, 5-1 up, and games can change. So it's just a matter of Yorkshire just sticking in and keeping to their game plan.
Yeah, so we are catering to an introductory audience today. I mentioned the situation when we have Deuce and 1 or 2 other slight differences as well. Slightly less pressurised ball as well, a smaller, less weightier ball for paddle. And of course the equipment is very different as well. The equipment that's held in the hand is very different. And when they generate this slice and this top spin that they can generate with an implement without any strings, that's all the more impressive, I think.
Yeah.
Yorkshire serving 1-4, 15 love.
Yeah, shot, Sally.
Oh, I love the shot.
Yeah, it took the words right out of my mouth. Lovely shot, Sally, was the cry from the Channel Islands team.
Good shot again. Sally's finding a wee bit of consistency now.
Yeah, starting to find those little areas, those little pockets of the court where she's starting to do a little bit of damage, and Channel Islands on that occasion just unable to anticipate and respond in time. But yeah, just, I mentioned it earlier, just 1 or 2 encouraging signs, and I think things for Yorkshire to work on. I think they may have noticed 1 or 2 areas that they can start to exploit. Yeah, well watched anyway, but always was likely to drift wide. It was one of those, as soon as it left the bat, it was always looking as though it was going to go out. Good response here from Yorkshire, 40 love on serve. Take care of business on serve, and if they can get the opportunity with the break, all well and good.
Yeah, good serves.
Really excellent service game all round, yeah, from Sophie Cousins. Mentioned she's based in Wetherby. Her partner is based in Spain and Harrogate, which is certainly a very big contrast. I know Harrogate very well. I used to live in that neck of the woods. Chantal de la Mer from the Channel Islands team is flying the flag for Guernsey today. Her partner Sarah Barnes from Jersey. That one's sailing long. That was in the air for a long time, and sometimes when that's the case, you might find yourself more likely to be caught in 2 minds.
Yeah,
Sometimes
and also the
instincts
ball
come-
kind
yeah.
of slowed up a bit, so the ball wasn't in front of her to make contact with the proper bit of the bat.
And there does seem to me as well, even to my untrained eye, certain players seem to rely better on instincts than others, and certain players, when they do have that little bit of extra time to think about it, that's where they might just come unstuck. Well, the serve initially was perilously close to the white service line, but just about good in the end, and once more Channel Islands able to get their reward. 40-30. Well, I thought there was an opportunity there, maybe to be a little bit more ruthless with
Yeah,
that
at the
smash on the
net.
put away at
Yeah.
the net. When you have that angle, you can really be creative and put it pretty much anywhere you like. And I thought it was a little bit conservative. I think she'll know that. Chance here for Yorkshire, though, to get the break. Well watched and well left in the end as well. And danger averted for the Channel Islands. It could so easily have been 4-3. Instead, they are able to re-establish that 3-game cushion. They lead 5-2 and they're 1 away from the opening set. But that was more like it from Yorkshire, just starting. Again, they may have left it a little bit too late, but I still say there are signs here that this is still going to be
there that they
competitive.
could turn this round, or as I say, second set if it goes away from them. But yeah, everything to play for.
So just to fill you in on the situation, this is Group 1. It features these two teams, Channel Islands and Yorkshire. We also have Somerset and Berkshire in this particular bracket as well. Channel Islands beating Berkshire 2-0 earlier today. The top teams from the groups go through to the semi-finals later on. Same format pretty much in the men's event and the mixed event as well. We have the mixed final and semi-finals later on this afternoon as well. Mentioned that's a win for Surrey in their group, a group being dominated so far by the Channel Islands, so another measure of how potentially a good weekend it could be for them. And after all, they've had a journey to get here as well. And as for your journey here, what time?
Oh, we came down yesterday, flew down
yesterday?
from Glasgow, it's only an hour away. So arrived late last night, and you could say we were in bed early, ready
Good.
for today. That might not be the case.
Serving for the set here. Oh, sorry, serving to stay in the match, Yorkshire at 2-5. There we did see the emphatic put away. The ball has been momentarily lost, but has been retrieved. No umpires, no ball crew as well. That's one of the other mentions, one of the other things you may have noticed if you are joining us for the first time. Players do a lot of work out there. Doing well to keep track of score as well.
Oh,
Yeah, apologies. It was slightly mishit. It wasn't off the sweet spot by any stretch of the imagination, and it was into the body as well. So the point goes the way of the Channel Islands. I think it may have been. Well, I think for certain
I
it was
think
going
out.
It was going
Yeah,
out. Yeah, but no chance to move away from the danger, and that missile gives the Channel Islands the point. No damage done. Yeah, a little bit of a response though from Yorkshire. Bit of light for light there, John.
Yeah, it's a nice kick out the court there from Suffolk.
Yeah, smashed by 3, hits the ground, hits the back wall and out of bounds, out of the court. Lengthy dialogue. The exchanges are getting longer and longer between this Yorkshire pair as this first set progresses. They are in danger of losing this first set, but they do have the advantage in this particular game on serve at 2-5, 40-15.
Oh, good play. That was really good defensive work from Sally there.
Yeah, excellent. And Sophie did well not to make any sort of contact with the net when she came forward as well. She had to put the brakes on, and yeah, good point all round really. And 5-2 becomes 5-3. It is just the one break they need. It can make such a difference, and this is where maybe the Channel Islands might start to feel the heat in more ways than one. Just a little bit of extra pressure now on this service game. Serving for the set, but I've still got a feeling that Yorkshire might well make their move in this one. 5-3, let's see how they fare. Well, it was an ace on the serve. And net cord in their favour as well. Maybe just took some of the sting out of that one. It didn't carry and rise as much as maybe Sophie Cousins was expecting. Second serve incoming. Kept that second serve
nice
so
serves.
low. That's an excellent piece of play, and it brings up 3 set points for the Channel Islands. 40 love. Yep, it's carried and it's drifted along, it's hit the wall, and Yorkshire in the end falling short in that first set. Channel Islands taking charge at the midway point of that opening set and just about holding through. Yorkshire did have their moments in the latter stages of that one, but Channel Islands just keeping them at bay, and it's the Islanders who take the opening set by 6-3.
Yep, Channel Islands were really more consistent. First set there, took their chances well. But as you said earlier on, the Yorkshire are not out of this. There's a lot of paddle still to be played.
Yeah, I'm sticking to my prediction that this one will go to a shootout, a deciding championship tiebreak, 1st to 10. That's how it's settled if we do go to 1 apiece in individual match play. And of course we have another pair of Yorkshire players and another pair of Channel Islanders in action on our court adjacent as well. We'll keep half an eye on that one. Just to let you know, if the rubbers are shared, then we go into what is effectively a shootout. 1 player from each pair comes forward, 10 points, and that will determine the winner. No draws in the group stages to determine the final order of the group, and as I say, the group winners go through to the knockout stages later on, the semi-finals and the final. Plenty of smiles on faces of the Channel Islanders next door, so I suspect it might be going their way. We'll see if we can get an update on that one. But the second set on this court, court 1, is about to get started. Yorkshire will be serving first in this second set, having lost the opener by 6-3. The higher ranked players collectively, these two, you from Yorkshire, so an upset maybe on the cards. But we talked about the Channel Islanders' pedigree, not just in women's but also in the mixed team and the men's team as well. But we're underway in the second set. Yeah, maybe just going a little bit softer. Again, that element of disguise on that overhead. It looked as though it was going to be a fairly robust one, but in the end it was a little bit softer than, well, certainly I expected, and maybe her opponents as well.
That's well played with the Channel Islands there.
Well, I mentioned those smiles on faces for the Channel Islanders next door. I think it was Rye smiles, because they are in fact a set and 4-1 down in that match. So it looks as though Yorkshire are closing in on victory over on court 2. Break points here, though, for the Channel Islanders, one of which has been saved. Looking to take charge from the word go in this second set. Called wide. Oh, that's really good communication. Excellent play, well left, ducked out of the way, and it was a really testing, awkward one to pick up as well, and the Channel Islanders have made a really good start to this second set with the early break. And if Yorkshire are to win next door, then the Channel Islands will have to win this one, and they're going the right way about it. They lead by a set and a break. But yeah, that was good teamwork all round, that final point. Good communication and good anticipation as well from...
Yeah, just put the ball back over the net, just making Yorkshire make the mistake.
Well, it just shows you sometimes you can have the two higher ranked players in your team, but it is all about how you come together as the team. I mean, they know each other very well indeed. There's no question about their team ethic. I'm not questioning that for 1 second, but sometimes I think too much can be read into individual rankings when you come into a situation like this.
Yeah, when it comes into a kind of team game like this, the girls their rankings are similar, but they might not play with one another in regular competitions, or if they're international players, they don't play together. So sometimes play with a different partner, but game's still on. Channel Islands are playing really well.
Serving with the break, 1-love, second set. Yeah, just couldn't find that height on the initial bounce on the overhead initially. Ball stayed alive off the mesh, and from that moment on, Yorkshire able to capitalise.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah, really testing the backhand of Sophie Cousins repeatedly there. Real targeting of that backhand. Really tight on this near side onto the glass as well. You can see that's one of the strategies that Channel Islands are employing. Yeah, well, it was off the top of the bat, wasn't it? And that was where the damage was done, really. Yorkshire unable to respond. Sometimes these mishits can work in your favour.
Yep, definitely, especially with the fence and the way it pops up. Nice wee drop shot from Sally.
Yeah, nicely played. Again, it was one of those, it just into that, dare I say it, corridor of uncertainty, and good service game in the main. This keeping the ball nice and low. There's a touch of slice and a touch of spin on the first serve.
Yeah, I will. Oh,
unlucky that pick up through the legs as well. But yeah, really testing service game, I thought there. The second serve is a little bit more safe and a bit more secure, but yeah, taking a, well, certainly asking a lot of questions on that first serve, keeping it nice and low. That trajectory very low over the net. Very difficult to read that spin sometimes.
It was a good service game from the Channel Islands. Played it well.
Love to. Yorkshire with work to do here. Again, was there a late change of mind there? Maybe.
Yeah. Sometimes when the easy balls come in, you've got so many thoughts going through your head.
I mean, there is a really well-known shot in paddle where you look as though or it looks as though your opponent is going to give the overhead smash, and then they switch it into a flatter volley at the bandeja. But sometimes, I mean, you have to get the timing of that absolutely right. If you're not committed, you've got to be.
Yeah, committed and follow through on the shot as well, just so that it continues on.
A lot of the terminology as well that's used in paddle is Spanish, being the founders of the game, the forebearers of the game. A chiquita is another one.
Chiquita, yeah, Bandaca, Bajada, Rulo. There's so many.
Smash por tres.
And then the British one, the lucky net cord.
Well, that one was off the frame, and it's gone behind, and it was caught in the slips there by somebody in the restaurant area. 40-30. Channel Islands still with a chance here to further impose themselves.
Yeah, lovely rally.
I've got to say, the most eye-catching rally of the match so far. Real rat-a-tat-tat stuff at time. There was good variation, nice mix of strategies in the course of that one as well. But in the end, it's the Channel Islands who come away with the point and the opportunity for the break. Just that momentum starting to build, and that's where...
It's important that Yorkshire won that there. Going 3-love down second set would be hard to come back from.
Yeah, there was a good pick-up by the Channel Islanders in the midway point of that rally, and yeah, there was just that momentum, and that head of steam was being built up, and in the end the ball went long, and that was a vital hold of serve for Yorkshire. One break asks questions, two breaks would have been very difficult to overcome indeed, and just about clinging in there. Channel Islanders with the advantage, though, serving as they will be in a moment with the break at 2-1. Well, just a little exchange with one of their teammates during that changeover. Match has completed over on court 2, so I suspect that was a Yorkshire win, given they were set and 4-1 up, and yeah, has been confirmed Yorkshire did win that one. So if things pan out as they look to be panning out here on court 1, then it will go to a sudden death shootout. So big stakes in the closing stages of this one. Channel Islands with work to do though still. Serving with the break though at 2-1. That's a wonderful piece of, what great placement that was. It was right at the toes, and it was on the backhand side as well, but it was one of those that was really tight to the body, and there was just no chance to, or no time to readjust the footwork. Beautifully positioned, beautifully played shot.
Well played, Sally.
Again, take a breather. That was a really absorbing point once again. Such hard work being put in, especially, as you say, by Sally Fisher there on the overhead, on the volley. Really stretching her way to success in that one. Oh, and now all of a sudden, it is Love 40 and 3 break points for Yorkshire to get back on terms in this second set. And they've certainly worked hard for this one in this game. Yeah, fault just on that centre service line.
Nice shot, drop shot there by Sally.
Yeah, kept the return very low as well initially from Sophie Cousins. And as you say, John, the follow-up was pretty good as well. But that is game, and that is break, and that is 2 games all. And maybe now this is where Yorkshire can start to make their move. 2 love down, 2 apiece. Maybe just some renewed levels of confidence and self-belief to work with as well. Yeah, and again, one of those that was right on the toes, wasn't it? And caught in 2 minds, couldn't move the feet in time. That's a shame. But it is a really, this is a high caliber match. I think there's been some real high tariff stuff in this match so far, and you just feel as though it's just bubbling up to what could be a really good crescendo, as well as the errors and the miscommunications start to creep in for the Channel Island team as well.
Yeah, Yorkshire look as if they're growing a wee bit in confidence.
And it doesn't take much. You can look back at a turning point, and you can easily identify a turning point as well. And I think maybe that 4th game could well be it as we move down the road in this second set. Starting to knit these points together now, aren't they? That's what, 5, maybe 6 on the spin that they've pulled off, and Yorkshire 3 games on the spin. They've got the points ticking over now as well, and that, when you're in that sort of zone, when you're in that sort of frame of mind, when you see the points coming your way time and time again in such a fast-paced sport, that can really make a difference. And this is where Yorkshire can really...
Is everything. Yeah. Confidence is everything in Yorkshire at the moment. Look as if they have took that advantage there, but we'll see what the Channel Islands can bring in this game.
Well, they'll have to bring something, because the momentum is clearly with the Yorkshire team. That class that we talked about is maybe beginning to bear some fruit. Some words of encouragement from one of the Yorkshire crew as well, one of their teammates from the men's team coming over. Yorkshire is another burgeoning area of paddle. I went to the Slazenger Leeds club a few months ago. It was an impressive facility up there as well, and clearly has a lot of talent all across the county. Harrogate, Wetherby, clubs springing up, as they are in many places across the UK.
Yeah, Yorkshire's got a good kind of calibre of paddle players, all different age groups.
Well, this is the key now for Yorkshire. They've got themselves into a really good position, but they need to build on this. Can't afford any sort of let up. Can't really afford to give the Channel Islands any sort of further encouragement, but well, they've had 2 points so far, so that will do for starters. A little bit reckless on the backhand. Yeah, she knows it. She's just replayed that point in her mind there, playing an air shot, and she knows exactly where she went wrong.
I think that shot would have been out as well.
Yeah, the go shot goes long.
Yeah.
Great serve.
Good serve.
Absolutely pinpoint. That's the area. If you drew a little circle of I don't know, 8 inches radius or diameter, that's where you want to go.
Yeah, you want to be as deep as possible, be able to put your opponents in the back foot. Patient build up by Channel Islands, yep.
Well, that's the key. When you play a shot off both walls and it's staying low and getting lower and lower, that's where you can really make some serious hay. And the Channel Islands, well, look at the reaction there. John,
Yeah.
It tells you a lot, doesn't it? They
Yeah,
know they were under pressure. They were under the
they knew
cosh.
that was an important game to win, so they're back in it. 3-all,
Yep.
all to play for.
They'll not be in the mood for a decider. They'll want to get this one wrapped up here and now.
Nice cross court Mandeka from Sally.
Yeah, it's quite good to read the body language of players when they win a game and a point like that. The reaction can just tell so much. That one just drifting along. Yeah, just on the glass, tight but absolutely spot on, and well watched as well by Sally Fisher. Difficult to do that as well, isn't it, when you're involved in the heat of battle and you're keeping an eye on the ball and of course where it lands as well. But yeah, the clues are there in terms of the spin and the trajectory.
Ball, yeah. Yeah, nice composed play there.
But just to further illustrate as well, we're sitting, or I'm sitting, right along the line of where the glass meets the turf as well, and I've got a really good look at this out area on this side of the court. Frustration though for Yorkshire once again as the backhand finds the net, and a cheap point has been conceded there. Yeah, just going to reset the score and catch up.
Golden point.
Just out, and it's a golden point that is converted by Yorkshire. How important could that be? That is 4-3, Yorkshire lead back in front once again. It's very close indeed. It's a real nip and tuck situation in this second set, and another illustration of the fine margins at play. That was fractionally just long.
Yeah,
and it could prove so telling. These are the key moments now, the key battles, the little individual battles that are
yeah, the
going to be
games
played
become,
out.
the rallies seem to go on for a wee bit longer, so that'll be who is the fittest here.
Coaching, but it's not really coaching, it's more like, I suppose it's more of an encouragement factor.
Yeah, just encouraging the girls just to keep doing what they want to do and try to cut down on enforced errors, put their team under pressure.
Well, as has been often the case with these nationwide age group team competitions, the talent, the energy and the commitment that we are seeing on the court is more than living up to the occasion. 3-4 on serve, second serve. Just that slice backhand, using that angle when she was a little bit tighter to the net as well, and making the most of the angles that were available to her as well. Really good point and perfectly executed as well. Yeah, nothing on that, and she knows it as well.
Yorkshire finding their range with the lobs as well, where it's really deep.
Yeah, they're going to have to take a few chances, you feel, but they need to find that balance. But so far, in the main, they're doing a pretty good job of doing that. Yorkshire scraping the wall with that return of serve. And in the end, getting the point as the Channel Islanders go wide. 2 game points. Oh, and again, patience was key for Yorkshire there. Still harbouring ambitions of a break of serve in this all-important 8th game of the second set. Just a little bit of tension in the air now as well. It's almost tangible really, because there is plenty at stake in this one. Channel Islands needing to level up the tie, having lost the other rubber next door. 40-30 on serve. Back to the second serve. It's a really clever piece of play. Wrong footing volley in the first instance, and then the follow-up was effective as well. And the Channel Islands just about doing enough. Oh, and the golden point goes the way of Yorkshire. It was such a really well-placed smash in the end. It was all about the angles. And again, the Channel Islands could not move their feet quickly enough to deal with that potent threat. And Yorkshire make their move in the all-important 8th game. Serving now to level the match up at 5-3 in this second set. And we could be going the distance, not just in the match, but in the tie as a whole. John Byrne has had to vacate the commentary area. He's required elsewhere for a forthcoming appointment with his South Scotland team. No doubt he'll be keen to know what the outcome of this match was when he's finished elsewhere, but on we go. Yorkshire 15-love on serve. Well, again, it was into the body, but no malice, no damage done. And it all stemmed from an instinctive block of a serve as well on the return. Just about doing all you can to get the ball back into play and back into the other side of the court. And that was a perfect illustration from the Channel Islands there. It was an awkward one from the back of the court, but the smash was read well. And it was into the wires, and the high fives from the Channel Islands tells you the outcome. Couldn't quite make the reach. Over the head of one. And Sophie Cousins tried to make up the ground to make the connection, to do something with it, but just unable to make the connection. And we could be on the cards here for another twist and another turn in this absorbing second set. Second serve. No, it was... I misread that one. Still a break point. And they've somehow clawed their way out of trouble once again. Golden point once again. This time into the near side court. It's called long now. I thought that looked good from here. Quizzical looks. And it looks as though the game has been conceded by Yorkshire there anyway. They have conceded the point. No, they've taken the point, and they've taken the set by 6-3. It looks as though the Channel Islands had thanked them. Can we just clarify that? Yeah, as I thought, the scoreboard was a little bit too quick to jump to conclusions there. It was the point for Yorkshire. Sorry, for the Channel Islands. It was sportingly conceded by the Yorkshire pair, and the Channel Islands do provide another twist and another turn. It is 5-4, but Yorkshire still with the advantage. in terms of the scoreboard in this second set, and still it remains very difficult to call. So once again we are back on serve in this second set. Yorkshire squandering the opportunity on the golden point to wrap things up here and now. It was a tight one, it just found the wall before the turf. Yorkshire conceded the point, Channel Islands involved. That first serve was long. Channel Islands now serving to stay in this set. Well, that first serve was a rare thing. It was quite a high, floaty, and in the end a substantially long first serve as well, which has been very much out of keeping. Yeah, just clipping the wall first. Well watched though, watched like a hawk by the Yorkshire pair. Maybe just harbouring ambitions of sealing it with a break of serve. That was long. Oh, just not enough elevation on that volley. She was stooping, she was slightly off balance as well, and just not able to angle the bat at the sufficient angle. And guess what? Another twist. Yorkshire back in charge, 2 break points and 2 set points to take us into the decider. And it's off the frame, it's off the wall. And Yorkshire hit back and they have levelled things up, and it is into the decider we go. They have responded as we always suspected they might do. Such a talented pairing. They've had to weather a storm. They had to fight back from 2-love down in this opening set, in this second set. But Yorkshire take us into the decider, the shootout, 10-point championship tiebreak, and it's Yorkshire who take the second set by 6 games to 4. Well, here we go then, champions tiebreak to determine the outcome of this match. If Yorkshire win it, then they win the entire tie, because they won the other rubber next door quite some time ago now. This match has lasted in excess of an hour, and still more drama to come. Every credit though to Yorkshire for the way they've responded in that second set. Here we go then into the tiebreak. First point. It's an early mini break for the Channel Islands as well. Same formats, if you're unfamiliar with paddle, as the one we have in tennis, first to 10. They switch serves now, so 2 serves to come here for the Channel Islands team, and they've made the most of the first one as well. Players rotating on serve. There'll be one more serve to come for the Channel Islands team. Oh, I think there was a call there for it to be left, and then when they realised it was going to land good, I think the damage was done and there was only so much they could do. The mini break has been retrieved, so effectively back on serve at 1-2. Well played again. That initial passage of play when she found the corners, just asked the first question, and then the follow-up on the overhead. It was right at the feet once again, and just having to stoop low and try and pick up the pieces and salvage the situation just proved beyond the Channel Islands team. 2 apiece. And that serve could not have been planted any better either, so Sally Fisher fully capitalising there with her first 2 serves, so Yorkshire 3-2 the lead. Yeah, almost a carbon copy, almost a mirror image of that previous point. And Yorkshire, having trailed 2-0 in this tiebreak, now lead by 4 points to 2. And a situation that somewhat mirrors the second set in its entirety as well, because they were 2 games to love down in that one as well. They clawed their way back, and they are proving very tough nuts to crack now. Not an insurmountable challenge by any stretch of the imagination, but 4-2 it is. 2-4 on serve. Just putting that loose ball away before any damage is done. Have to say as well, that leading foot on the first serve just a short while ago, a few moments ago, looked to be very close to the line as well. We'll keep an eye on that. But it is another point for Yorkshire. 2 serves to come as well, looking to make the full use of these and looking to capitalise fully on these 2 serves as well. Ooh, one of those where she was trying to just spin her way to success. Glimmer of light here, a glimmer of hope for the Channel Islands as well, as they just stop the rock. Oh. Well, they've won 6 of the last 7 points, Yorkshire. They clearly have a lot going for them right now. That one is wide of the mark as well. That one has just drifted. And the cushion gets bigger and bigger, and that breathing space they have, that security blanket they have, is looking very strong now. Yeah, that was a miss hit off the frame. A little bit of an incommunication issue, a communication issue there as well. Just a little bit of an inquest after that point. It was played on the backhand, but it was off the frame of the racket and the frame of the bat, and another unforced error really. And that was such a difficult serve to deal with, and this is a very, very strong response by Yorkshire. Totally in control now of the champions tiebreak. 1 point needed to secure the win and to secure the contest as a whole as well. Well, again, they went for the same ball. They clearly haven't learned their lesson, and maybe a small mercy for the Channel Islands that Yorkshire conceded the point anyway by going wide. Yeah, just momentarily lost track of whose turn it was on serve. 4-9. Well, there was no margin for error there for Channel Islands. They're chipping away. It's long by some distance. That was a very nervy looking first serve, I have to say. Well, they did manage to claw back a couple of points, but it's Yorkshire who take the tie-break in the deciding set. What a response it has been. They were a set and a breakdown in that one. And not only that, when it went to the decider, they were 2-0 down in the early stages of the champions tie-break. But what a spirited response by Sophie Cousins and Sally Fisher, showing their class and underlining why they are so elevated in the rankings. Yorkshire take it, and they take the tie as a whole as well, beating the Channel Islands in this one in 3 sets, 10-5 in the decider. Well, welcome back to Rocket Paddle, day one of the UK Paddle County Championships here in Bristol, and Court 1 is the setting for our first semi-final of the weekend. It's the mixed event, and it features, nearest to your camera, the team from Essex, the winners of Group 4, and facing them in this first semi-final is the winners from Group 3. That's Team Kent, although Kent only had to come through 2 matches after the earlier withdrawal today of the team from Wiltshire. Essex absolutely breezing through their group earlier on today, the round-robin format. They only dropped 1 set. They won all 3 matches by 2 rubbers to 0. And that gives you some indication of maybe why they are the strong favourites to come through this one. But they still have to back it up in this one. They are paired with Sarah Lockery, a player that many of you will know. She is a former British #1. She's partnered by Ben Oakes this weekend, is the Essex player. And Kent's featuring today in this semi-final Kerry White and Eric DeVitt, who partnered Kate Hands earlier today for Team Kent. So, lots to go for. Well, welcome back to Rocket Padel here in Bristol, day one of the UK Padel County Championships. It's the over 40s who are competing this weekend, and court one is the setting for our first semi-final of the weekend as well. It's in the mixed pairs, and it features nearest to the camera the team from Essex, the winners of Group 4, and their opponents in this first semi-final are the Group 3 winners, Kent. Kent had slightly an easier passage through to the semi-final. They only had to overcome two opponents in the shape of Sussex and Oxfordshire after the withdrawal of Wiltshire earlier today. The match against Sussex was a close one as well that went to a champions tiebreak. But for Essex, well, they were absolutely emphatic in the extreme all the way through their campaign in the round-robin stage. They beat Berkshire 2-0, Somerset 2-0 and Cambridgeshire 2-0. To secure their place in the last four. They only dropped one set as well over the course of that lot. Essex, just to marquee card, are represented by Sarah Lockery, the former UK #1. She's partnered by Ben Oakes, and at the far end of your screen we have the Kent team of Kerry White and also Eric de Witt. The winners of this one to face either Yorkshire or the Channel Islands in the final later on this evening. Yorkshire, the defending champions, playing the Channel Islands in the second semi-final. Rob Balarkey in the chair for this semi-final. Delighted to say that alongside me is Joe Ward, Essex player, and the LTA Development's Head of Education and Qualification Pathways. I think I've got that right, Joe?
It's close enough.
Close enough, but no cigar. Joe, welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's been a terrific day. Before we go too far down the road with the semi-final, your thoughts of what we've seen so far this weekend on this first day here in Bristol?
I think the events here are always brilliant. UK Padel run amazing events, and it's just so lovely to see all of the players, all of the different levels of competition, and everyone just having a great time. It's like a festival of paddle here, isn't it?
Yeah, I mentioned it earlier in the start of play today, at the start of the afternoon session. As well as intense competition, and you know, there are titles on the line this weekend as well. It is a chance for these players to showcase the sport and showcase the way in which paddle has grown and developed in the UK over the past few years, especially since COVID.
I think it's really interesting. I bet you there's not a single player in the draw who feels that they are here to showcase. They're all here because they just love paddle and they're having a great time, and it's such a community now. I mean, I'm not even playing and I'm here because all my friends are here, you know. It's a new community, but it's just so well established already. But you're right, they are showcasing paddle as well, and it's really interesting looking around year on year where you can see where there's been a new infrastructure of paddle in a various county. You can see the massive increase in their performances. You can see how much they've improved.
Yeah.
So you can literally look at the back of the T-shirts and see areas of the country that have had paddle for years, and you can see that perhaps they're a little bit ahead of the game, and I would say Essex are in that camp. We've had paddle for longer than most places. But then you've got emerging counties, and I would say Devon are probably an example of this, where they're now getting more paddle, and suddenly you see a growth in player ability, performance and improvement, and it's really great to see.
Yeah, and given the nature of the country, I suppose certain counties will have fewer paddle centres opening up. There are these centres of excellence, if you like, for paddle in the UK. I suspect as well over time that more counties will become more involved, and we may get to a stage whereby qualifiers are needed for something like this as well.
That'd be a nice problem to have, wouldn't it?
It would be a nice problem to have. As far as this first semi-final is concerned, Essex against Kent, I made a very strong case for Essex. They breezed through their group, 3 wins out of 3. They won all 3 matches 2-0. Only dropped 1 set. They look like they could be the team to beat. Dare I say it?
Yeah, I mean...
You can be as impartial as you like, or not, as the case may be.
Look, we are the reigning Open champions at women's, men's and mixed, so I think confidence is high in the Essex team, but this is a different age group, although a lot of the players have played that competition as well. And it's just such a tactical sport that it's difficult to get a read on it before you go on court and you see how players are actually going to adapt to the players in front of them. So I'm excited to see how it plays out.
Well, we are underway. It is Kent serving first. Eric de Witt is on strike in our first game of the semi-final. The usual format, if you've been with us this afternoon, we have effectively 2 sets. If it's level after the first 2 sets, we go into a champions tiebreak. That's how our previous match between Yorkshire's women and the women from the Channel Islands ended up being settled. And plenty of pace on that overhead smash from Eric de Wit as well. First couple of points on the board for, I'm not going to say the underdogs. I'm not sure if that would be fair or kind on, or unkind on Kent. But Essex do have, I think, strong credentials here.
I think the interesting thing to note about this match is that we have Ben playing for Essex, playing on the right. And that very often doesn't happen when you play mixed unless the man is a left-handed player. And so what you have here is an interesting left court battle between a man and a woman. So this is where it's going to get really tactical.
Because over the course of the day, that served just long, over the course of the day, earlier on today. We talked earlier as well, myself and Ali Anderson from the Surrey team, about the need for telepathy, but also the greater emphasis on communication, good communication as well. But you do get these certain partnerships that just seem to work better than others.
Yeah, I think actually in communication terms, we're all paddle babies in this country. If we were watching this tournament happen in Spain, it would be cacophonous with all of the communication that was happening on court. And we're not quite there yet. So we've got a lot to learn about that. These are new partnerships because we don't play mixed very often. So it's really just about finding what works for you and for your partner, trying to be heard in a very loud environment, and I just guess staying on the same track as one another.
Well, a fairly comfortable service game for Kent to start things off. Let's see how Essex can respond. Ben Oakes is serving first for the Essex team.
He's got a pretty whippy serve on him, looking at that already.
Yeah, a little bit of a reaction from Eric de Wit towards the commentary area after that one. It was yeah, very nicely placed. That was just long. Double fault though incoming, having sung the praises of the serve just a few moments ago. I think that's what they call a commentator's curse. Well, strong point. Now we have a situation there where theoretically, had somehow Kent been able to lean over without touching the net and play the ball, they could then kill the point off or kill the ball dead, but it was just too much pace and too much weight on that initial smash, wasn't there?
It was, and that's really well played by Sarah, and that's why often you would put the man on the left, because you can guarantee bringing the ball back over. But she's got a fast arm, she's got a big smash, and she did very well there.
2-love. Kent lead. Yeah, so if you are watching for the first time, that's one of the nuances of paddle. If you're wondering why the charge was made towards the net, then that is why, because the point isn't necessarily dead, even if the ball goes back over, having hit the back wall. There are other little foibles and nuances and intricacies of the game that we can go into as and when they materialise, but let's just focus on the here and now. 15 all on serve, Kent serving.
You don't often see 2 double faults in the first 2 or 3 games of a match.
Well, I don't recall seeing any at all in the first match that I commentated on earlier today, so maybe just 1 or 2 nerves still evident. It's been a long day as well, so it is maybe not inevitable, but it's no surprise perhaps that these errors might be creeping in as the day progresses. It is a long day, it's getting hotter and hotter in here. Fatigue might just be setting in, or a little bit of tiredness in the arm.
It's interesting saying about the nerves, because actually Kerry and Sarah have been playing together as partners for probably 18 months now as well, so it might add to the nerves a little bit that they're adversaries in this match, but on the same side of the court most often.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, that was off the top of the bat, wasn't it? And never truly got fully to grips with that one. Always on the stretch and slightly off balance as well, so a point and the game on the scoreboard for Essex.
I would say this is uncharacteristic in starting with quite a lot of errors from both teams. I think you're right. It's been a long day. It's very hot in here. There are nerves, and everyone just needs to settle themselves in now.
Yeah, maybe just, I don't know, take a moment extra where you can, possibly between serves, between points. We talked about the timing of paddle and the need, I suppose, sometimes for certain players to keep the momentum going, to keep those charges going, and maybe having a little breather, an extra 5-10 seconds or so might just disrupt the rhythm. It is a balancing act, I suppose, in many ways. I'm guessing here, but yeah.
Yeah, no, I think they need to take their time in between points, and they need to take their time in points. The whole thing at the moment is too fast. Everybody's hitting the ball too hard. It's really difficult being a woman and going into a mixed match because you've got someone who is so physically strong on the other side of the net that it's quite easy to think you have to play faster than you do. Because you're avoiding the big smash, but you just need to keep lobbing. It's a game played in the air, and just try and slow the tempo down.
Just watching the warm as well earlier, we saw two big, strong arms when the men were warming up on their own earlier on. So, I mean, they'll be well aware of that in terms of the anticipation of the movement off the back of the wall and getting yourself into position. But it's when the ball goes out of the court, of course, that's a different question.
As a woman playing mixed, it's also the perception that you have to play faster and do more because it's just more difficult to put the ball away. There's a difference in foot speed, there's a difference in ball speed, and it's so important to try and control yourself so that you don't get swept away with the match.
Got to say, there was an excellent pick up there from Sarah Lockery just a short while ago. She did really well to dig it out from right on the toes, but no points, no reward in the end. Yeah, softer on the overhead there, just let that one drop maybe a little bit too much.
I think she could just see him coming out of her peripheral vision, and I think, again, it's an uncharacteristic miss, but she'll settle down.
Yeah, and that was a classic example of what we've just been talking about. He knows that there's just this overzealous attitude almost out there at times, and he's trying to rein it in, and once again it's an unforced error straight into the wall, and the concession of two very cheap points, and in the blink of an eye there, Essex, having trailed 2-love, are back on terms at 2 apiece. They've got the break back, and we're back on serve once again.
Not to over-egg the point about ball speed, but also in these conditions, the ball will fly faster. The rubber inside the ball will be a little bit hotter, so it's going to come off the racket more quickly. The rackets have got rubber on the inside, and even the glass responds differently when the temperature's this hot.
Yeah.
So it really is an exercise in playing slow today.
And I have to say, as a comparative novice to this sport, do we have a new set of balls in operation for the semi-final, do you know, or will this set have been used before?
No, there'll be a new set of balls every match.
Okay, so but no change of balls during the match itself. They'll stick with the same set.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, perfectly placed serve. Well, that was a bit more like it. There was, a reduced pace. It was a bit more measured, a bit more controlled, and in the end, it was the unforced error that did the damage. But just notice Kerry there once again. It was off the top of the bat. She's just struggling, or has struggled twice now to time the leap on that overhead.
She's actually suffering from a slight shoulder issue as well. I practice with Kerry quite a lot, and she hasn't hit many overheads in practice in the last few sessions, so I think that will be a consideration going into this as well.
Absolutely, yeah. We will certainly keep that in mind, and certainly that might be a factor moving forward as well. Maybe something for the Essex team to exploit, maybe. That's a gorgeous lob. Well, good reactions all round there. There was a nice exchange on the lobs, and then all of a sudden a real change of emphasis with that low, flatter ball, and it panned out in the end the way of Kent.
40-15.
Players just conferring with the team here as to the score. It is 40-15 on the Kent serve. Yeah, that one's not coming back either, and just when it looks as though Essex were forging ahead of steam, they pulled off 2 games without reply. Kent have managed to just stop them in their tracks there with an important hold of serve, and Kent edging back in front once again to lead by 3 games to 2. I made a strong case for Essex at the start, but Kent have certainly settled into this one. Well, both teams have settled into it to an extent, but like you say, there has been this sort of fast, frenetic start to the match, but I think we have seen a cooling of things over the last 2 games or so.
This feels like the start of the match to me.
Yeah.
Feels like the first 5 games were part of the warm-up, and now everyone's settled in. Let's hope Essex continue to slow the pace down and just to ask the questions of the Kent team. I am being biased, sorry.
That's right.
But then, so first job, slow it down. Second job, eradicate errors. You can't be giving away cheap points.
Noticed Essex at the changeover, very swift, keen to get back out onto the court very quickly. Kent just taking a little bit of extra time. Read into that what you will. Serving Essex at 2-3. Perfect placement. That angle was really well exploited. So difficult to play that when the ball stays low and it's not getting any higher. So awkward to make that pick up from that particular position. Ah, there we go. A smash by 3.
Effortlessly done as well.
Yeah,
It
barely.
looked like I didn't even hit that at 50%.
Barely broke sweat on that particular smash. And I was, do you know what? I was looking to the heavens as soon as that left the bat, and well, to my surprise, it found the net.
2 commentators' curses from me, I think.
Well, it just goes to show that sometimes power does not rule the day. Oh, that was right into the corner, just long, I think. Just clipped the wall first.
So I think really, reading into this match, the first set belongs to the team who can just stop the errors now.
Yeah.
The pace looks appropriate. The teams just need to stop missing.
Well, we've reached the halfway point of this first set. 3 games all. Again, the footwork from Sarah at times today with that pick up off the toes. She's done that 2 or 3 times now, and it's been to good effect on every occasion.
She's a real athlete, Sarah. She had a tennis background back in the day. She played junior tennis. She's played squash and racquetball for many years and has transitioned to paddle. In fact, actually, she hasn't transitioned to paddle. She still plays everything, I think. But she is a real athlete.
Yeah, she's got very light on her feet, I've noticed as well. The movement's good. The anticipation seems to be very strong as well. Came straight back over, and Essex really taking charge now of this particular Kent service game. They're in all sorts of trouble at O40, and this is where Essex can make their first really significant move. They broke earlier on to get back on terms at 2 apiece, but this is a very different feeling now. Oh, well played.
So that was an example where Sarah played too quickly because she panicked. And when she's in that position, she's out of position. She needed to do something much more slowly to give her the chance to reset.
Yeah, Kent's combined well to come forward at the same time, didn't they? And they managed to, well, they played the shot in the only place where they could really win the point with that shot into that area behind Sarah. And she couldn't, well, she had no chance really of making any sort of adjustment to get in that one, but no damage done in the end. The break has been secured. It is 2 breaks to 1 in Essex's favour now, And they're just beginning to, somewhat tentatively, however, as well, both sets of players take a big gulp of water on board. It is very warm out here, and yeah, I notice as well that the grip is being sprayed as well. That's another factor that comes into play. A loose grip we have, of course, you may have noticed if you are watching for the first time, we have this tie on the handle. You have to keep that round your wrist at all times, but even so, it is in danger of slipping. So the racket doesn't fly out of your bat, or sorry, it doesn't fly out of your hand. That's why the string is there, but the grip begins to loosen up as well, and that's another something else for the players to consider.
Yeah, it's amazing. In all my years of playing tennis, I never had a problem to paddle. Everything's changed.
Oh, well played. Oh, that is terrific play all round. I've got to say again, Sarah Lockery with the initial brilliant reactions, but nicely finished off in the end as well. Needed a little bit of luck to go their way. Well, that was unfortunate, I thought, as well. Two very low pickups off the ground there, both off the wall. Almost carbon copies, really, but noticed as well there, we had the situation where Kerry's overhead was targeted on 2 or 3 occasions as well, giving her another workout. Yeah, that's too good.
I think the difficult thing is you get those low balls and you can feel that somebody's hanging over the net, but it's just so difficult to get it over their heads. But ultimately, I'd say this match is still being dominated by errors and not winners, so I wouldn't worry about the odd winner.
Well, a lot of shouting, a lot of willing there, but yeah, there's only so much that he could do. Ben Oakes trying desperately to make some sort of serious connection with that backhand, but all to no avail. But still, game point here for a 5-3 lead. And the first time in this match that Essex have been able to establish a little bit of daylight as well. They were 2-love down, Kent with the early initiative, but Essex slowly but surely just beginning. Now, why have we got a change over here? 5-3, I would have thought. Well, answers on a postcard. I thought it was 5-3, but it is 6-2. It's the end of the set.
It's not just the paddle players who are affected by the heat, it's
I
getting
know.
us as well.
I mean, there are some points, admittedly, that are close calls, but I thought we were on top of that situation.
I'm not complaining. 6-2 to Essex reads better than 5-3, so let's go with that.
Well, it does. I'm just trying to unravel that in my mind as to where that went the other way. It's a puzzler, I've got to say. But anyway, the scoreboard has played catch-up, and Essex have taken the honours in the first set. Now, if you are joining us for the first time, that is a classic example of how fast-paced this match is, that the scoreboard can easily run away with you, and you might just lose sight of exactly what the state of play is. But Essex did take the opener 6-2, and they have the first point on the scoreboard in the second set as well.
In my defence with getting the score wrong, I can't even keep the score in my own matches. I feel like I just get lost in the points and the joy of playing or watching, and whilst I'm very competitive, the score is kind of secondary for me.
Well, Another really good exchange at the net there as well. But it's Essex who come out on top once again. They're starting to win these key battles as well, I've noticed over the last, well, certainly in the second half of the first set, and another good example there as well.
Isn't it so interesting that Sarah barely moved in that point before and the ball came right back to her? And as coaches, we try and teach our players that the glass is predictable and the glass will always do what you think it's going to do, but players don't believe us, and that's a classic example there.
So almost having faith in the gravity of what's going on, not just underneath you, but behind you as well.
And that's the difference between people who've been playing paddle for a long time and people who are paddle babies. And I would say in this country, we're mostly all paddle babies. Oh, well up. Oh.
Did he? I mean,
He just
made
dived,
the connection.
yeah.
But we can confirm that Essex got the point. I mean, if that's the case, that is absolutely astonishing.
Did he get that? Did Essex get that point? Oh.
Well, we'll clarify and tidy that one up in a moment or two.
Whatever happened, that was an amazing effort.
Well, it was. I mean, we did have that situation where it bounced off the wall. The reach over was touched just about, I have to say. There was a very faint touch, I'm pretty sure about that. And that's all you need to do. Well, I would love to see a replay of that particular point as well. But Kent somehow have survived and come through with the opening game. Despite the best efforts of Essex and that astonishing passage of play, Ben Oakes almost making... Well, I mean, it looked as though he'd made a good connection, but it was very difficult to see in real time.
This is where we need a replay, for sure. Look, I think the game went in favour of Kent, and this is where, if a pair is not careful, the score can run away with you. And so Sarah and Ben now just need to stay calm, stick to the plan, keep it slow, keep the error count low, and not feel like they're not in control, because they have taken control. They just need to maintain it now.
Yeah, no umpire as well to call out the score or to explain things, as sometimes is the case. You see that in tennis where there's a contentious moment there, something might be explained over the tunnel, over the microphone. That was one of those moments. But I've got to say, it was such a great indication of the commitment that we talked about earlier on, before this match started as well, the intensity on display as well. Absolutely no such thing as a lost cause there, really. That.
So the Kent man there just looking at us, I think complaining about the contact point height of the Essex male server, Ben. That one looked fine, but I think he's complaining that it's too high. It has to be below waist height.
Yeah, I just thought he might have been about to go and just have a little word, but he stopped short at the net. So, yeah, so one bounce and then contact just below the waist. But it's a very fine line, isn't it?
It's so difficult to see, especially when someone is serving at you. It's so tricky. And actually, your waist is quite high. So I've played people where I've thought they've had an illegal serve, but when I've actually videoed them or had a look properly, it's been just inside legal.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that anyway, because it is one of those things that might just become a factor moving forward as the match progresses. But I don't think there'll be no animosity, certainly, in this sort of environment. There might be one or two questions asked.
It's a sport where, because we self-officiate all the time, I've never played with an official. It's all done on goodwill, and I think if anybody does accidentally break the rules, I don't think anyone's trying to do it to gain advantage. You see a lot of foot faults, for example, but it's not like in tennis where it has such an impact.
Yeah, I noticed maybe 1 or 2 foot faults in the previous women's match that I was watching, but nothing significant.
Good call there from Sarah. She was very dominant, helping her partner out.
Oh, well, that is absolutely astonishing. I think there was a miss hit on the initial overhead from Eric de Witt. Didn't quite get the contact that he wanted, and then, well, ironically, neither did Ben Oakes, but it was just enough. It almost hopped over with an apology as it landed on the other side, that one, and that is cruel. That is really cruel.
So Ben didn't quite get the contact he wanted, but he was rewarded for being in the right part of the court.
Yeah.
And positioning is everything in paddle. If you can be in the right part of the court at the right time, it kind of doesn't matter how you hit it.
Yeah, you're going to give yourself the best possible chance, and that's not luck either. That is, you know, that is a decision-making process as well. Yeah, she's not happy there because, yeah, the ball was initially quite tight to the body when she played that first approach, and I think that set up the rest of the moment, the rest of the point, actually. She knows that was a really good chance to steal a march in this particular game. Kent 40-15 on serve, looking for a 2-1 lead.
That's a great lob.
.280.
Superb by Sarah. I would say that's actually one of her best shots. So that's called a bahada. So down off the back glass, and she hits that super well. And the difficult thing about playing against her is she can hit down the line, down the middle, and she can hit the angle. So you never quite know where she's going with it.
Yeah. Yeah, she in particular is a very difficult player to read full stop, and as you mentioned, the bahada was something we touched upon earlier as well. It was played to perfection in the women's doubles match between Yorkshire and the Channel Islands earlier. Saw a great example, but that was another one. Golden point goes the way of Essex, and Essex in the lead in this second set with the break 2-1.
And that's kind of what I was saying earlier about errors. So Kent looked fairly dominant in that game, and then Eric got caught on his heels whilst Kerry was hitting 2, 3, 4 balls there. Got caught off guard, missed. That miss from Kerry, and suddenly the game can turn.
Well, the other rubber is ongoing next door on court 2. So we have 2 pairs on this court, 2 pairs next door as well. You need to win both rubbers to go through. If we have a tie, if there's one winner piece, then we have a shootout featuring 1 player from each pair to determine who will go through to the final to face either Yorkshire or the Channel Islands, who are competing in the other semi-final. Here on court 1, Essex in control, leading by a set and a break. And once again, back on court, quicker than their opponents. Little consultation going on between the Kent partnership of Kerry White and Eric de Witt. Sarah Lockery back on serve, serving at 2-1. Well, there was the reach over, and there must have been a very faint touch.
I don't know if he touched it. It looked like they stopped.
Sarah played the shot anyway, just in case, but I think maybe she played it knowing full well. Let's just see what the upshot of that is. Looks like Essex have got the point. Just too much float on that one, she knows it. She gives herself a thorough ticking off. You never left in any doubt as well by, well, most players that I've seen today, but in particular Sarah Lockery as well. She lets you know exactly how she's feeling about any mistake that she makes. She obviously sets herself very high standards by the looks of things. You know her better than I do.
Yeah, she won't be happy with missing that, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was definitely no touch on that one either.
Yeah, well done. I mean, again, that's an example of her fast arm, and by going down the line, she cuts the distance. So the ball's going to got more chance of coming back, which is good.
Killed that
Beautiful.
one absolutely stone dead. Yeah, that dropped like the proverbial bag of cement in that corner. Just putting the reducers on it, no lift off whatsoever when it came back off the ground and back off the glass.
And there's nothing better than a soft winner.
Yeah.
When it's so easy to panic at the net when the ball comes back, and you feel, I think especially for those of us from tennis, we feel like a winner equals power, but a soft winner like that is so satisfying.
Yeah, a bit of guile, a bit of craft. The element of soft hands play. Don't all need to be smashed out of the arena to get the point.
Both Ben and Sarah have gone for an angle in this game, and I don't think they need to. They just need to keep the error count low and stay in control.
Couldn't
Well
have played that lob any better. The initial one down the line into this top left corner as you're looking at it on the screen. It's almost like she picked it up in her hand and dropped it in the spot she wanted. It was really well played.
Definitely the time to put that ball back in court. Come on, Ben.
Way too much emphasis on that one as well. That was way beyond the line. And again, she's tapping the side of her head with the racket as well. Just allowing that one to drop a little bit too much.
She just looked like she didn't quite commit. You know, she had that moment of hesitation.
Yeah, often,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
it
a
is,
shame.
seems to be the majority of the time, a lot of instinctive play. But yeah, those moments where you do get an extra second or second and a half or so to think about it, that's maybe where the mistakes can creep in, especially, as you say, the deeper you go into a competition, the deeper you get into the afternoon session. Coming up to 5:30 in the afternoon, building up to a crescendo. We will have the final for you later on the UK Padel YouTube channel. The winners of this tie between Essex and Kent against either Yorkshire or the Channel Islands. We've got some men's doubles action later on as well for you in one of the ongoing round robin matches that will be brought to a climax tomorrow. But here, well, Kent still just about in touch in this second set. They trail 3-2, but they need to find a break of serve somewhere. But easier said than done, I suspect, given the way these two are playing right now.
Let's not curse this, though.
Well, let's not.
Let's have a look at this serve now then, see if Eric has got any justification for thinking it's illegal.
That looks okay.
Yeah.
That looked long, though, on the, yep, called straight away by Eric. Concession of another cheap point as well. He knows it. Just cannot afford to give Essex any encouragement at this stage of the match now.
You can see at the thought of that potentially being illegal. From where I'm sat, I think that looked just legal. It didn't look like it was higher than waist height.
The thing is as well, I mean, there's a lot going on as it is. You don't want to be saddling yourself with another thing to think of. You don't want to be over-analysing somebody else's serve when you've got a billion other things to think about. So,
Sarah there having a little bit of a go at her partner for taking the ball off her racket. I love that.
Yeah, it might have been a different reaction had the point not gone their way. No damage done in the end, but yeah, it could have been a different outcome and a different reaction. 30-15. That's just long. Although Joe's not so sure. I'm looking from a different angle, a bit too sideways on maybe.
Well, nobody complained, so I'd put my money on them being right and not me.
Yeah, not again is the cry, because that is twice in fairly quick succession that he's made that mistake, and it was almost an exact replica of the one that happened just a few moments ago.
So it's really interesting about the overheads, because you've mentioned a couple of times about maybe the ball getting too low, but actually the difficulty, especially for those of us from tennis, is that the contact is so much lower than tennis, and that split second where you let the ball come down is the most scary moment when you're executing that as high as we can in tennis. But you do that on a paddle court and your opponents run forward, and you almost always lose the point. But I think Eric just needs to remember that he's not really trying to do any damage with that, so there's no reason to miss it.
No. Well, high fives all round once again for Essex. Once more, the game point is converted. They had two of them to work with, but just the one required anyway. And once again, Essex just re-establishing that little bit of breathing space that they perhaps crave right now. 2 games is the cushion once again. Kent once more backs against the wall time here on serve.
Unlucky. So that was really good reactions from Sarah.
I was just going to say, we touched upon the instinctive side of the game a short while ago. That was only just off target. That was close.
Just in, yeah.
Oh,
how did she get that back?
There was a touch on the way, and yeah, there was. I think there was a little bit of a breakdown in communication. She again, there was maybe just a question of leaving it a little bit too late. When it's me, how she responded and how she put in not just a return, but a very effective one as well. That's astonishing.
I would say one of her superpowers is the ability to find the court from a ball that is so far behind her, she must have rubber wrists. And I think that's the squash. I think that's her squash skills coming out. Go, go, go.
Oh,
go.
and a slip at the worst possible moment as well. Not quite sure if it made too much of a difference. It would have been difficult to get to, but he had to check back the other way quickly, and there was just limited time and limited footwork as well by the looks of things.
I think he just hit a patch of sand, and that's where if you don't have the ability to change direction, it's really tricky. Well played, Sarah.
Yeah, well played again, and good attempts on the blind shot on the backhand, playing it behind his legs, but yeah, potential danger here for Kent once again. 30 all, 2-4. Oh, well, not a lot anybody could do about that one, really.
I'm always amazed when you watch Premier Padel and you see how easily the top players get those shots back, because there seems to be no rhyme or reason which direction that ball goes off the fence. They obviously practice them.
Yeah, they play out thousands of scenarios in training, in practice, and almost, it isn't a fluke, I suppose. It's a good educated guess at best.
Well, yeah, trained response.
Yeah.
Trained reaction.
To
that was
what
not a good
potentially
error.
could happen, Well, a little bit of a reprieve for Kent there. That could so easily have slipped away, and they could have been in all sorts of trouble, but they've managed to rescue that one, and they keep the scoreboard ticking over, but for how much longer? Essex 2 games away, and they have this nice situation whereby if they can take care of business on serve, then the win will be theirs. Keeping half an eye on what's happening next door as well. Not just the outcome of this match that's important, but the one going on next door as well.
I'm not sure if they're using the score. What is that? It's not a scoreboard. Don't know what you'd call that. What do you call that? I'm having a blank.
The gazebo. There's a gazebo I can see. Are you pointing at
No,
that?
no, no. See where the white.
Oh,
they're
yes.
like beads, and
Got
the
that.
red ones, and one is sets and one is games.
Yeah. Hard to tell which one's which though, and which set of white beads applies to which team.
I think red is.
Maybe.
No, so I think red is sets and white will be games, and one will be on the left and one will be on the right.
Yeah.
And wouldn't it be nice for us if they were using it?
It would be nice, and it would be a good indicator so we can monitor things, but Okay, well, we have been informed by one of our team that Essex won the first set, and going with serve in the second. So further good news for you, Joe. That's long. But can't really be too distracted by events next door, because Ben and Sarah just need to focus on what's happening here. And they're certainly going the right way about it. Well, there was a call, but it was taken on anyway by Kerry White. But the overhead was off target. 30 love.
So for me in this match, Kerry is playing her overhead well. I know she's been injured, but she doesn't need to go down the line so much. What tends to happen when you play mixed is you have battles where the woman plays the woman, and in those instances, I think cross-court is much easier. And Sarah defends well, so it's not like there's any advantage to going down the line. It's just a much harder shot for Kerry.
Oh my goodness me. Well, everything just kept on coming back. Sarah Lockery there at times resembling a brick wall in an Essex vest, I think, there really, because that was just stunning stuff. No way through at all there for the Kent team. They tried to be patient, and in the end it was a horrible error. 40 love. Well, the scoreboard will tell you that that was a trouble-free service hold. There was one key point in the midst of all that, though, as Essex take a 5-3 lead. But the fact that Essex, they're winning the key battles, they're winning the key individual battles, and that's been accumulating over time now, and they're now one away from the win here. Kent serving to stay in the match at 3-5.
That was so well up.
Yeah, great pickup, wasn't it? Great reactions again, but you mentioned it before, just that ability to put yourself in the right place at the right time. Knew exactly what was going on around him, didn't need to panic, didn't need to look over his shoulder, but it was still a very good pickup as well. Let's not take anything away from that. First serve finds the net. Pressure on this second serve now. Oof. Went down the middle on the second serve. It was a bold shot selection as well. Yeah, grazing the glass with the bat there as well. So it may well all be about to come to a boiling point now. It could be all about the all-important service game to come.
So good.
Very good. Just that anticipation and that movement and knowing when to pounce as well. Just really good to watch.
there's such a subtle difference between backing yourself and hitting with purpose and doubting and doubting yourself and just pulling off 5%.
Well, despite the best efforts there, it's Kent who come through, and yeah, they keep it going. To their credit, I mean, they are fighting really hard to stay in the second set. But as I said a short while ago, it is all about the all-important service game to come here for Essex. The second set has been very different to the opening set. It's been competitive. You could argue the first set was competitive at times, but the way that Kent have been able to draw this one out, I think they deserve a lot of praise and a lot of credit for that as well. But yeah, ultimately, I think it's all about that break of serve that came in game 3. That's the fine margin that we're looking at here, and that is ultimately where this match could be, or certainly where this second set could be won and lost.
I think it would be so interesting if we'd match charted this and looked at winners versus errors from at a player level, but also team against team, because I do think it will be dictated by just a few too many errors from the Kent rackets at the moment.
Yeah, we highlighted the errors in the first set, in the early stages of the first set as well, when both sides really struggled to settle. But the errors seem to be, I think they're more noticeable as the match reaches this this climax. That's the thing. No touch on the net there, I thought.
That was unlucky, because he read that well. But you can see Eric still shaking his head after the first serve miss. He's still convinced that it's an illegal serve. And I think you're right. I think there's so much going on in this match. He doesn't need to be worried about that. Make that a post-match concern.
Can't really do a lot about it anyway now, to be honest. I mean, well, that's it. It has gone long. And those 3 match points converted at the first time of asking. And Essex have come through what was, in the second set at least, it's certainly a tough assignment. They gradually took control after that break in the third game, and having dominated the first set by 6-2, it is Essex who take this initial rubber by 2 sets to love. They win it 6-2, 6-4. We await news from elsewhere in terms of the outcome of this tie. But for the time being, Sarah Lockery, who was very impressive, as was Ben Oakes, well, they have satisfied their side of the equation. Essex take it 6-2, 6-4.
On this side. Sarah, you come this side, sorry. Where's your second lady?
Well, a little under a year ago, Yorkshire were crowned the champions in this category at the UK Padel Championships. 12 months on, they are now just one win away from defending their title. The Group 1 winners this weekend did need a shootout to see off the Channel Islands in their semi-final. But you have to say the progress of Essex today really does suggest that Yorkshire may have to produce something special if they are to go back-to-back. Essex have barely put a foot wrong over the course of Saturday's action, beating Berkshire, Somerset and Cambridgeshire by 2 rubbers to nil. They beat Kent by the same scoreline as well in their semi-final. In fact, they've won 16 sets between them and lost only 1. That is the challenge that lies in store for Yorkshire this evening in our first semi-final of the weekend. Just to mark your card as far as the personnel involved in our match on Court 1 are concerned, nearest the camera we have the Yorkshire partnership of Sophie Cousins and Tom Sanders, and on the far end of the court facing them today in this particular encounter is the Essex partnership of Sarah Lockery and Ben Oakes, who combined to devastating effect in that straight sets win against Kent in their semi-final. Rob Malarkey in the chair for the first portion of our final. And I'm delighted to say that we have Yorkshire's Sally Fisher alongside me. She's assured me that she will be remaining impartial from the word go. Sally, good evening, welcome, thanks for joining us.
Hi Rob, lovely to be here.
Great to have you. First and foremost, any surprises with the nature from a Yorkshire perspective of the lineups, and we'll talk about Essex in due course as well.
Okay, well first I have to correct you. Everyone knows anyone who's listening, I will not be able to be fully unpartisan. But that being declared, we've got a very strong partnership here as the first pair with and the second pair as well is kind of as we would have expected. So no surprises, and probably for Essex equally no surprises for them in terms of who they see lined up for Yorkshire.
You've already been in action today on this course as well. You took part in a women's match against the Channel Islands, which went your way. What did you make of your experience today? How's it been for you?
Well, it was a fantastic match. Channel Islands were playing really well, put us under a lot of pressure obviously in that first set, which they won. So for us we had to be tactically astute and make sure that we could execute our plan. Which luckily we were able to, but yeah, it was a super match. They played really well.
And Sophie was your partner.
Sophie was my
in
partner.
That match as well,
she played fantastically throughout the match, and I have full confidence in her for this match.
And she's had plenty of turnaround time as well in between that match and this one. Is that a problem for her in terms of how has she been passing the time? Obviously, a bit of time on the practice court. And a lot of kicking of the heels as well. Is
well,
it been a bit of a wait?
There hasn't been a lot of kicking of the heels because Sophie, since our match, the ladies' match, she's actually played the mixed semi-final as well. So it's been a nicely paced. It's been probably 3.5 hours probably since we finished that match. It's been well paced, and the last sort of 40 minutes she's been able to refuel lightly, obviously because that's just 45 minutes, and rest a bit. So she's good. She's feeling great, and likewise for Tom.
And in that semi-final against the partnership against the Channel Islands in the mixed, Sophie was with Tom for that one as well.
Yes,
but then she had to switch for although there was a switch around, of course, for the shootout itself. So it was a nervy finale for Yorkshire in that semi-final.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it was nervy in terms of how they were playing. For those of us spectating, it was nervy, yes, because it goes to a shootout, and we all know shootouts can go anyway. But we also knew we'd decided beforehand who would play if there was a shootout. So with Mike coming over from the second pair to partner with Sophie, we had confidence in them, and they played brilliantly in that. They were very dominant.
Okay. What can we expect from Essex, do you think, in terms of their approach to this one? They have, I've got to say, I've seen a bit of them today as well. I mentioned their run to the final. They've barely put a foot wrong. They've only dropped one set, not the same partnership throughout, of course, but you know, in terms of their progression, it has looked pretty serene. They've barely made any mistakes in terms of dropping or giving encouragement to their opponents. Where do you think their weaknesses are?
They don't have many weaknesses. Let's take the first pair first that we can see here. Sarah, a very experienced competitor, superb player, extremely fit. So even in this heat, we've been about 29 degrees now, there isn't a clear weakness. She's very good at defending, and she also has developed some really strong weapons.
Yeah, And they were clearly in evidence in that semi-final against Kent as well. Oh, yeah, I was impressed with Sarah. It's the first time I've seen her live in action. I thought her anticipation just seemed to be a little bit different to that of other players that I've seen today. Not being disrespectful to yourself as well, but I just thought there was something about her in terms of her movement, her awareness, and her just seemed to be in the right place at the right time quite a lot of the time today.
It's one of her real strengths. She sees the ball so early and has superb anticipation. You're absolutely right. She is on another level in that, certainly to myself. So, yeah, it's fantastic to see her play. It's difficult to get her off balance. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes.
Okay, well, we've just had the spin to determine who will serve first, and also change of ends, I suppose, comes into play if you want to go down that route as well. Hard to determine at the moment which way it's going to go. It looks like we are going to have a change of ends, or we're just going to have a bit of a drinks break before we start. I mean, there'll be a lot of that as well today. It's just got so warm throughout the day, and these opportunities just to take a bit of respite, they could be key.
Absolutely, keeping the fluid intake. It's likely that, okay, they're keeping sides, so, interesting.
Keeping sides, but it will be
It looks like it's Yorkshire, so I'm surprised that Essex actually haven't chosen to switch sides. Number one, it's just a play of control. And secondly, because you do have a bit of a crowd opposite, so they'll have two games with that.
Okay, so just to remind you, we do have this portion of our final. We have another match ongoing as well in the second stage of the final. We have the lineups there. Is Freddie Jenner and Jane Lau, a new combination you mentioned for Essex, and the other Yorkshire representatives, Mike Tolman and Susie Azuli, representing Yorkshire in the other leg of that final, or this final, and who knows, may even go to a shootout once again for Yorkshire.
It may. It's always very exciting when it does.
Well, let's see how the early stages pan out. It's Yorkshire to start things off. Tom Sanders on serve. Yeah, and I think Yorkshire will be brutally aware as well that they simply can't afford to give Essex any early encouragement. I think they look like good front runners to Essex as well. Once they got their noses in front against Kent, I thought there was no way back, and I think the start will be quite important here for Yorkshire.
Absolutely, and that was a lovely cross-court volley into the cage from Sophie.
Yeah, just hooking that one slightly off balance on that forehand, and it sailed long into the glass. You can see already Tom is just wiping his face periodically as well. It is very sticky on court one all throughout this arena. It's been a terrific day's action so far. The facility itself is absolutely stunning. That's a great backhand. Yeah, always looked as though Essex were just gradually, step by step, taking incremental control of that point, and you could just see the tide turning in that one. Spot of bother here for Yorkshire. Early break point for Essex in our first game. Yeah, that just went onto the glass first. It was marginal, but it was enough for Essex to get that early break. It's a break point they've converted. They have the early advantage. Time will only tell if they can build on it in this first set, but it is first blood to Essex in our opening game. They lead by 1-0, but no dramas so far. No need to press any panic buttons just yet.
And
Sally?
That's something that's so nice about this pair. Very calm under pressure. They won't be panicking as a result of that. They'll be disappointed and a bit frustrated. A couple of shots they would have preferred to go differently.
Yeah. But early encouragement for the Essex team and this pairing. Ben Oakes on serve.
Oh, that's a lovely pickup from Sophie.
It was. It was. It looked a little bit awkward, and she almost seemed to lurch into it at the last minute, but she was able to get the necessary direction on it, and it just asked the question of her opponent, and the error was forthcoming.
That was a nice example from Sarah of catching that overhead early and just. Oh, Essex are going to be brutal if they get any low shots.
Yeah. He will need very little encouragement in terms of coming forward and making those attacking moves. Absolutely no second invitation required. Moments like that. That serve was just long. Double fault. Now we did have I think it was in the Essex semi-final, we had a couple of early double faults, 2 double faults in the first 3 games, and it was very nervy, very uncharacteristic. There's one already. Unlucky, got the touch that she needed, but unable to apply the necessary control. It was a difficult one to get to grips with, really. She was backward facing and having to play it on the reverse side.
That's a lovely lob from Tom.
Well, it was a lovely lob, and it was great defence in the build-up to it as well. He did really well to just get something on that return and just keep the ball in play and keep the rally going. But back on terms. Yorkshire breaking back straight away, so moving forward in the right direction. 1 game all. And Sophie's club in Wetherby, is that right, Sally?
Yes, it is. Angela Wood owns and runs that. She plays in our Yorkshire Open team, and Sophie's a coach there and plays there. What a fantastic rally.
Well, the longest rally of the match so far, and I don't think we'll see many better, to be honest. That was brilliant stuff all round and nicely finished off in the end.
That's
Really
the sort
good
of
play.
rally you see the players settling into their rhythm, finding the strategies. So it's a really important one to win as well for Essex.
Yeah, it just lays down a little bit of a marker as well moving forward. Winning points like that can count for so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was just on the wall first, not by much, but Tom Sanders was right over the top of that one, so he had a good view of it, and his arm was raised straight away. Yeah, there are certain points you get, I've noticed today as well, that seem like a lot more. They seem more valuable than other points because of the way the match is maybe progressing at the time, and if you get to the end of a long exchange like that, to win those can so often just act as a real impetus, can't they? A spur moving forward. Oh, well played. Got the touch. Didn't touch the net, leaned over, applied the touch that he had to.
I have to say that Essex are shaping up as formidable opponents for Yorkshire. This is going to end up being a great match, I'm sure.
Yeah, no surprise, I've got to say. That's first serve. Same rule as tennis. If you are just joining us for the first time today, watching these championships for the first time, the let rule comes into play, so a first serve. Got a little bit of something on that one as well, but couldn't apply the direction or the elevation. And Yorkshire, having suffered that early break, have managed to turn things around. We're on serve. It's Yorkshire who lead by 2 games to 1. So far, your thoughts, Sally?
Well, they're all playing very well. I think Yorkshire winning this last game is an example of momentum. Even though they lost some key rallies, they had, you remember there's 2 mistakes made by Essex into the cage, just allowed them to get the edge in that game.
Yeah, and said it already plenty of times today, those moments can shift the balance of power quite easily, and I suspect we'll have a lot more of those sorts of opportunities and those sorts of moments in the course of this final. Very evenly matched so far. I think we pretty much expected it to be this way, given the calibre of the 4 players on show. But Essex on serve, it's Sarah Lockery with her first service game.
That's interesting. I think the transition zone is going to be really important for both teams here. So it'll be interesting to watch how the teams try and dominate and take control of the transition zone.
Yeah, both went for the same ball there, did the Essex team, but no damage done. There could have been a bit of a mix-up, but they managed to avoid that.
Yeah, what a pity there wasn't.
Well, you say that, but I'm staying impartial. I think in terms of openness and being frank and honest, I must confess also to our viewers that I too am from the White Rose County, but I will remain impartial.
Yeah, Rob, one of us has to.
Well, that was the most comfortable service hold of the lot so far. We've had 2 breaks, 2 holds, and on we go. 2 games all holding to love. Essex do get back on terms. Yeah, he knows that's
He's
the reaction.
frustrated with himself.
Yeah, gave himself a thorough smack on the behind after that one.
I think Yorkshire using the middle for Essex could be fruitful for them.
Well, I noticed Essex going down a similar channel at times against Kent as well. It seemed to be a ploy, especially from Sarah when she moved forward. There was a lot of going down the middle.
Oh, bad luck.
Well, the ball barely touched the floor in the course of that one. And in the end, yeah, it was just one of those testing ones down by the fence, and just couldn't quite make the connection that she wanted, Sophie, there. But it is all about how she responds, how they respond collectively after that one. Very high first serve there. It was, you notice that there is a degree of variation even higher on the second serve, and he's gone way long on the second serve as well. Just going to ask about that as well. I mean, notice, you tend to get a much flatter, lower first serve in the main, I would guess, in keeping that ball low, but a very relatively high first serve.
I think he was trying to look for putting a very different spin and for it to die against the wall and to see how Sarah would respond. So I think it was a fishing serve, but didn't quite work out for her.
Didn't quite work out, no. Maybe one to work on.
Well left.
Well left as well, yeah. Just had to slightly arch the back there to get out of the way of that one, just to make sure it didn't catch any part of the body, otherwise they would have lost the point. But it was a very overzealous hit from Ben Oakes. Well, they have saved that break point. It's golden point now, so receiver's choice. Ben Oakes will take this one on the receive. Good attempts on the backhand. It was one of those down on the toes, and she had to make that connection on the half volley, but so difficult at that angle and that positioning as well. And the golden point goes the way of Essex, who get our third break of serve in this opening set, and they just edge in front to lead by 3 games to 2 in the opening set. Well,
Yeah,
during-
still early days.
Well, yeah.
Both teams very much, and it's some superb rallies. Each team having to both defend really well and be able to become offensive from the defensive position.
Yeah. You talked about the middle play as well, from Yorkshire, but I mentioned it was a feature at times of Essex's semi-final against Kent. I mentioned it was a tactic they employed. It wasn't consistently so. Of course, they applied a lot of variation, but that play down the middle, is that something that you attach a lot of significance to? Is it a good go-to to get you out of a hole if you're under a little bit of pressure in a particular stage of the set?
It very much is, and particularly I think Kent's pair were not experienced together as a pair, so they would know that it's potentially an exposed area. It raises the question, who goes for it?
Yeah. So Essex 2 breaks to 1 in their favour. They lead by 3 games to 2. Ben Oakes on serve once again. Ooh, great pick-up and a brilliant catch. I've got to say, taken in the slips by Sally there. I mean, I hope the camera picked that up, because that was a wonderful take. If the England selectors need anybody tomorrow at Headingley, not too far away from your old stomping ground, you could pop along there and see if you can get the Indians out in the 3rd day of the test. Ooh, unlucky. Didn't panic there, did he? Knew the ball was behind him, knew exactly where the ball was going to ricochet off that wall. Just pirouetted into position, just couldn't quite get the required elevation on that ball. Just a little bit too much as he dug deep, maybe a bit too deep. Yeah, that one is straight back over the net, and yeah, like I say, doesn't stand on ceremony in those situations, does he?
No, very aggressive as he gets close to the net, and very effective, making very few errors from the net position.
That one likewise from Sarah Lockery. That one has nearly ended up in our admin office on the far side of the arena. Essex just beginning to show signs of real purpose here. Starting to knit these points together. They've started to knit some key moments together as well. Yeah, too much on that one as well. Had to dig it out from a very deep lying position. Too much elevation once again, and Essex just beginning to turn the screw a little bit. I wouldn't say they've taken full control, but they're moving in the right direction, Sally.
Well, looking at the pair, it's hard to find what would be the tactic that could cause them to play at a lower level. That's what you're looking for, and I think it's going to be difficult for Sophie and Tom to find that. They're still playing well themselves, but under a lot of pressure. Yeah,
and I mentioned they were such good front runners in that semi-final. Very different circumstances, as he's mentioned, the Kent team, with all due respect, not as strong as this Yorkshire pairing. But yeah, once they'd asserted that control, they were difficult to rein in. That you could just sense that it was going to be a matter of when rather than if the win would come. But Yorkshire capable of getting back into this, but they need to cut out the unforced errors. Just off the glass first. Couldn't quite make the reach, just needed a little extra couple of inches on her right arm there to make that touch. I think it may have been a difficult one to do anything with anyway, even if she'd got the connection.
That's a very dangerous ball to have a low lob going over Sarah's head when she's at the net. Very dangerous.
Yeah, that was just wide of that centre service line.
point to point, it's still kind of neck and neck, except for those
Yeah.
points where Essex just get dominant at the net.
Second break point here, though, for Essex. Oh, perfect. Ah, there we
Oh,
see it
that
down
was
the
a
middle.
lovely put away.
Lovely change of direction, real change of emphasis on that one, and that element of disguise down the middle, beautifully played, and Essex do convert that break point, and they do extend their lead. And they're now one away from the opening set, and they lead by 5 games to 2.
And at this point, it's hard when one team doesn't have scoreboard pressure, rising in confidence. It'll be interesting to see how Yorkshire try and defend this and just get one more game, see if some scoreboard pressure can change things.
Well, that's it, yeah. Scoreboard psychology, I think, can count for something. It's not beyond the realms that they can fight their way back into this, but yeah, when you're up against a partnership like this and chances are limited, that's the thing, you know, chances are very limited at the best of times. So even if they were to have an off game on serve, they've still got a little bit more in hand, and you can't see them having too many off games on serve, if you know what I mean.
No, if you had to bet on how this set will
Well,
go,
yes.
I think we know how you'd bet, but I will never give up hope.
No, absolutely. You are quite right to stay loyal and faithful. But yeah, Yorkshire up against it in this opening set. Essex serving for the first set. Sarah Lockery on strike once again, serving at 5-2 in the opener.
And she won her service game very easily last time, so let's hope Yorkshire can put up a bit more of a fight on this one.
Yeah, notice as well, Sarah just had a quick glance next door as well, just to see how the other Essex team are faring in the other portion of this final. Oh,
Just long.
that one was just long. There was one very similar, just 2 shots before that, that was almost just as close. Yeah, 15 all, 5-2 on the Essex serve. 3 points away from the opener. Oh, that's really good use of that angle. Taken just ever so slightly wide, but that's the danger when you play a shot like that. If you open up the angle, if you create the angle for your opponent, that's where they can really exploit it, and stepping into good effect as well.
Oh,
Once
that
more.
was good play.
And there was just a little touch of slice on that, just took it away on landing, didn't it, as well, from Tom Sanders, and yeah, that's why the error was forthcoming. Here we go then, 2 set points. Oh, well, that would have been
Yorkshire
some
did
way.
so well to win that one.
They certainly did. That would have been some way to seal the deal, but, well, they still have another set point to work with here, Essex. 40-30. Well, the door is ajar slightly here for Yorkshire. Golden point, still effectively a set point for Essex. Let's not lose sight of that. But this will certainly just ask 1 or 2 questions of Sarah Lockery on serve. Oh, and that one is long as well. Well, that is 3 high-profile, I should say, mistakes on the spin there. And, yeah, the door has been just left ever so slightly ajar here for Yorkshire. They've got one of the breaks back. They need to find another, but that is certainly, well, for starters, exactly what they needed.
And that was a nice example of scoreboard pressure, just bringing in a slightly different play.
You just wonder as well, because they have, or did have, that extra break of serve to work with, maybe that's why Sarah felt a little bit inclined to take a marginally greater risk with the plays or with the shots that she played there?
Yes, maybe.
Maybe.
It's a good point. Yeah, perhaps. Although a set point is a set point.
Well, it looks as though Sarah was going to take that one on, and right at the last minute there was a interjection from Ben Oakes, and it was a good one as well. Ooh, that will sting. But yeah, I'm sure he's had worse.
It's really important in the mix that if the man has an opportunity to really poach and put it away, he has to take it. And Tom did that very nicely there.
Oh, it was off the fence, and well, they had already squandered 2 set points, but Essex in possession of 2 more, this time on the Yorkshire serve, 15-40. Yeah, had options there, did Ben Oakes, and he played the right shot. It forced the error, and Essex eventually dragged themselves over the line. They still had plenty in hand, you feel, even if that one had slipped through their fingers. But Essex, after a slightly sluggish start, they come through to good effect, and they take the opening set at the expense of Yorkshire, winning it by 6 games to 3. Sally, what have Yorkshire got to do to claw their way back into this? Obviously win the next set, but it's going to be tough now.
Well, I think they'll be trying to analyse what drew errors from Essex, the very few that there were, and what helped them be able to attack. So they'll be trying to look for patterns of play. There's a pattern that I noticed how effective Ben is on when you give him a tight backhand angle. He was normally winning those points. So they're probably wanting to play more to his forehand. He might be one of those rare players that's actually backhand dominant. So we'll see. They'll be looking for just a squeak. They're both playing well. Essex are playing extremely well and quite dominant whenever they have the chance.
Interesting maybe as well that Essex were back out onto the court very quickly, very little turnaround for them, but Yorkshire stayed in their seat for a little bit longer. There was a little bit of a pep talk as well. Whether we can read anything into that, I don't know, but yeah, Essex look as though they maybe just want to clearly get on with things and maintain this level that they've gradually established.
Absolutely, it's usual that whoever wins a set wants to keep the momentum, get back on quickly, and the other wants to disrupt the momentum and take a bit longer.
No bathroom breaks or anything underhand like that in this Padel arena. Well, early opportunities here for Yorkshire, 30-all, 2 points away from a break of serve in our opening game of this second set. Yeah, again, perfectly played on that backhand, just that punchy, targeted, angled backhand right towards the mesh as well, making life really difficult for Tom Sanders. There we see that choppy, slicey serve as well. Yeah, well played. Nicely managed that situation. They were just asked 1 or 2 questions there, but Essex have come through to take the opening game on serve in this second set. Sally, better news for Yorkshire on court 2, however. Things seem to be going the way of the White Rose over on there.
Fantastic news to hear. I hear they won the first set, 6-3, 6-2. We're not sure. Okay, so they're a set and up also in the second set, which is fantastic. So that's Susie Azuli playing with Mike Tolman. They're a strong partnership. They've got some really strong weapons.
And of course, you know what that means if it stays on this trajectory. Yorkshire winning over there.
Favourite shootout.
Essex winning over here, although this one isn't over just yet. Essex in the ascendancy, but I'm not writing Yorkshire off in this one just yet by any stretch of the imagination.
Yorkshire are going to keep the pressure on this first court and see what happens.
Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, it wouldn't take much for things to turn around the other way. That's the beauty of this situation, this sport that we play. Yeah, those too many wide open spaces just created there. I thought Sarah had a slightly more favourable angle with that smash maybe, but maybe tried to take it out of the court. I thought she could have played it the other way, but who am I to argue? Merely asking the question. Yeah, again, frustration for Yorkshire. They know that was a point that was there for the taking, I feel.
Sarah has a great ability as she's volleying to keep the ball low over the net and yet be consistent. So that ball for Sophie was actually really difficult once Sarah played it really nicely. That's really well played. Yeah, they are two. I've got to say, from what I've seen, they are two really good returners of serve as well, and that just makes things even more difficult, intensifies the pressure when you're trying to play the perfect serve time and time again. You feel as though you have to play the perfect serve time and time again sometimes with these two. And I think we're seeing the effect that has on the stress that Tom feels on his service game.
Yeah, because it's forcing him to make
mistakes. A lot of pressure.
And there we see another mistake, and this time it's a costly one as well, because it was on the break point, and it's not taken Essex long to bring up their first break of serve in the second set.
Oh,
brilliant. Just the way he just allowed that to drop. He just moved into position, spun around and just played the perfect angled cross-quarter. And that was not going to come back. That was such an intelligent piece of play. And that's a more robust piece of play. And just as effective, it wins the point. And Essex just continuing to pile on the points here. Well, it was set up for a powerful forehand drive. In the end, it was a softer, spongier approach, but it found the net.
He had so many choices. It can be difficult in those moments. One thing that's impressive about Ben's game is his versatility. So he really did have that choice.
Yeah, that one is beyond the reach of Tom Sanders as well. I mean, Essex must have picked up almost 2 games in this match through smashes alone.
Yeah.
Unreachable smashes. That's, I mean.
Yeah, and it's quite hard mentally as well when you're facing that, because there isn't really a defensive response to those smashes.
And we know it. You know, a smash looks great, it's emphatic, but it can be a high-risk strategy if it doesn't bounce the right way, or if it comes back into the open court. It can be a risky one to play, but they seem to pick the right times and the right moments to play those smashes, and more often than not, they seem to put them in the right areas as well.
Yeah, they're executing those smashes really well, both Sarah and Ben, and particularly Ben. Obviously, he's a very strong man as well. Those smashes aren't even coming near to landing back in the middle of the court for Yorkshire to pick up.
Yeah. Well, the full focus of this complex, this stunning facility in Bristol, Rocket Padel. Bristol is the setting for this weekend's Over-40s UK Padel Championships. Much of it is in darkness in the far horizon, but here on Court 1 and Court 2 we've got the final of the mixed pairs underway. It's going the way of Essex on this one. The only way, maybe Essex in this one. Yorkshire on serve. No margin for error.
Nicely played. In that rally, it was interesting how Yorkshire managed to keep Essex at the back, which they haven't been able to do in many rallies, and I think that might be a tactic that Yorkshire are trying to execute.
Yeah, but then again, Essex are good at making sure that doesn't happen too often.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
That's the problem.
They can counter it so well.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that was direct and to the point. A real body liner from Tom Sanders. Wasn't a million miles away, I have to say. Stayed well away from the net as well. Just put the brakes on. Almost got the touch. So 40 love, Yorkshire lead in this game. Should be a chance to put a first game on the scoreboard. Oh, this time he did get the reach, and this time it was a good connection, and this time it wins the point.
That was an example of one of your smashes becoming very dangerous.
Yeah, might not be enough to win the game, but I don't think Essex will be too mindful of that. I think it will be all about moving forward and just building on what they've already established. Of course, they might still win this game, you know.
Ben's backhand is so dangerous as well, isn't it?
And also he plays it whether it's on the pickup or whether it's on the move, whether he's lurching into one from the back wall. Always seems to get the good connection. Do not write Essex out of this particular game either. Well, you can now, because that's not coming back. A cry of yes from Sally Fisher. A cry of relief, I suspect, as well as celebration. And Yorkshire are on the scoreboard in this second set. It is a hold of serve. They need to find something on the Essex serve, and pretty sharpish as well. But Essex in front, 3-1. 3 more games required to secure their win.
Beautiful.
Well, that was arguably shot of the match so far.
That was a Bahada of the match so far.
Yeah, that's the disguise on the overhead. It comes down flat. You play that sliced, flat approach, changes the whole emphasis. Again, that angle.
Yeah, and that was his forehand to the cage. He's very impressive player, isn't he?
Just seems to see the opportunities and see the angles that maybe not many other players would see. And stays calm in the execution as well. That one's behind.
Beautifully put away by Sarah there.
Yeah, it was behind Sophie. She had to move back the other way, and by then it was game over as far as that point's concerned. 40-15 becomes 40-30, however. Yorkshire might just still harbour ambitions.
Sophie has a super return of serve, and she executed very nicely on that one. Oh, that's difficult.
When it's coming right at you, not only do you have to move out of the way to prevent the ball touching you, you then got to factor into the equation the bounce back, and by then you're almost off balance as well. So, yeah, difficult one to play, and Essex have re-established that 3-game cushion in this second set. Normal service, you could say, has been resumed. Just that momentary opportunity for Yorkshire to get that game on the scoreboard. But yeah, time and games you suspect are running out. But news from elsewhere, do we have? Yorkshire leading 5-2 in the second set, having taken the opener in the other leg of this final, in the other rubber that's ongoing.
That's
so
looking like a confident scoreline now for Yorkshire, and looking at Susie's now serving to take the match.
Yep, Susie Azuli
and they've
and
just
Mike
won
Tolman.
that first point. I know the Yorkshire listeners will be wanting to know what's happening on the second court.
Here, Yorkshire serving at 1-4, second set, work to do, lots of work to do as well. Well, it does happen. Sung the praises of the Oak smash and the overheads in this match, but that one was off the top of the bat and almost damaged our advertising hoarding at the back of the arena as well. But thankfully, it has stayed in one place. If that came down, we'd lose the camera. So we've got to be careful on when Ben's on these overheads. Yeah, gee, well, you heard the reaction. I don't need to repeat it. Well, 3 unforced errors, effectively, really, giving Yorkshire the cushion in this one.
And this is on Tom's serve, so this would be quite definitive. We're holding this serve because Yorkshire have struggled on some of these service games.
Yeah, it might be something that gives them a little bit of something moving forward as well. They need something to cling to like that. That one is wide of the beam. Yeah, this is where Yorkshire need to be ruthless. They obviously led 40 love, give them 1 point back, but they don't want to see this lead chipped away at too much. Would like to finish it emphatically, and that's exactly what they've done. Sophie Cousins with the power play, and another game on the scoreboard for Yorkshire for Sally to mark on her scorecard, which she does with immense satisfaction, I suspect, as well. 4-2, Essex lead. Yeah, he knew as soon as that left the bat that that one was not going to be the required shot. Shake of the head almost instantaneously. That one never really got off the ground. Was there a coming together of the hand and thigh there? There seemed to be an awkwardness about that return.
Yeah, she had a lot of spin on it. It was a super serve. I think his maybe sweaty hands as well didn't help.
Well,
it's really important at this stage just not to become resigned as a player to the fate, because you just
yeah, because the body language can send the wrong message completely, and it could just fuel the fire, really.
And you just never know.
And you just never know. But yeah, he did the right thing, didn't panic when it went on the smash. He just moved himself into position, but needed the step ladder for that one, didn't he? And that's a return into barely a quarter of the way up the net on the return of serve. And yeah, Essex take another big stride towards winning this particular rubber, looking to satisfy their side of the equation, as Yorkshire have finished things off over on court 2. So that's one of the rubbers in the bank, but it looks as though this one is going to be levelled up. Essex will be receiving for the opportunity to, receiving for the opportunity to win it here now. Yeah.
Now they've had success on Sophie service games to date in this set. So scoreboard pressure, if they can hold on this one.
They need something to work with. They've got to give themselves something to aim for. But yeah, just break it down into bite-sized chunks. Let's see where it takes them. That's one of the bite-sized chunks, though, that has been gobbled up by Essex and by Sarah Lockery. I mean, that looked like a lost cause, and it was a lost cause, but he still gave it a go. That's the other thing. He's, even in this position at 5-2, he's still willing to give that a charge and give it a run and see what happens. No such thing as a lost cause for most paddle players, but especially this one.
Yeah, he looks like he's absolutely loving his time on court. I mean, Sarah's a fantastic player to play with.
Yeah.
I think he's having a ball.
Yeah, no suggestion of energy conservation, anything like that.
This is the final. You're going to give it everything.
Yeah. Oh, what a wonderful passage of play, and what a way to finish things off as well. Could not have threaded that one any better. Eye of a needle stuff from the Essex team, from Ben Oakes with the finish. Really good exchange once again. 2 points away, Essex. 30 all. Yeah, that was always the danger. And it presents Essex with a first match point on the Yorkshire serve, serving at 2-5, 30-40. Essex closing in. on the defensive, couldn't really do a great deal about that. Still have the match point, golden point.
Interesting, Sophie's serving, and they've elected for Ben to receive in Spain. It's women serve to women, men serve to men. So it's interesting the rules here allow this.
Golden point. Essex on the brink. Yorkshire staring into the abyss. My goodness me, evasive action taken by Sarah Lockery, and it's just as well that she did, because it rattled into the wall, it rattled into the glass, and Essex have satisfied their side of the equation in this particular rubber as well. Yorkshire took the honours in the other one on court 2, but Essex have squared things up, winning this one in straight sets, and it means the final of the mixed pairs will go to a shootout. We'll pick one player from each pair to do battle. We'll find out who that will be in due course, but stay right with us, because this one is going the distance. Well, welcome back to Rocket Padel in Bristol, where our first day of action has reached the perfect crescendo, in all honesty, because the final of the mixed pairs will be settled after a sudden death shootout. One win for Yorkshire in one of the rubbers in this final against Essex. On this court a short while ago, Essex levelling things up with that win for Sarah Lockery and Ben Oakes. As far as the pairings are concerned, well, Sarah has stayed with us, but Ben Oakes has made way for Freddie Jenner, and Yorkshire are staying with Sophie Cousins.
And, sorry,
Mike
Tolman.
And with Sarah Cousins is Mike Tolman. So these two actually came together for the shootout in the semi-final against the Channel Islands. To good effect. They won that 10-3 as well.
Yeah, they played an aggressive and excellently executed champ tiebreak, and were very dominant. So they'll have confidence from the tiebreak that they've already played, and they know it's going to be tough, with Sarah making very few unforced errors.
Yeah.
I don't know if Freddie Jenner is a player, so it'd be really interesting to see him on court.
Well, he looks physically a very different player to Ben Oakes, slightly taller. I did see snippets of him earlier on. Very effective, and of course, you know, a lot of faith has been placed in him, but these are the two that are chosen for Essex against Yorkshire's partnership. Here we go then, 10 points to determine the winners of our first final of the weekend.
That was a statement from Freddie Jenner there. Super hands taking the ball into the cage on very soft touch.
Yeah, that one is almost off the roof, I can tell you, and I think it's actually bounced into one of the courts over on the far side. Yeah, when I arrived this morning, actually, Mike Tolman was one of the first players I saw in action for the men's doubles. So he's had a very long day, I've got to say. He's still here. That's I was just a little bit surprised that he was looking so fresh when he walked onto court for this championship shootout.
Very fit. And Yorkshire have a very fit team, so yeah, he's been able to take the pace. First match, as you say, was on at 10:30 this morning.
That one has gone along, and the Yorkshire,
And he'll be
the defending champions, with the early lead. We have a bouncing ball there. Let's just move that one out of the way before we go any further. Essex serving at 1-2. Yeah, just above that benchmark where the glass meets the turf. It was off the glass though. Essex, one more serve to come for Sarah. Long again, two mistakes from Sarah in this shootout. I'm not going to hold it against her, but yeah, she'll be disappointed with that one. Had to play the lob, it was the only way to go, but just a little bit too much gumption on it. Second serving coming here for Sophie. Well, one of those that she wishes she could have again. Sally has gone alarmingly quiet. She's, I think, lost for words right now. I think she's just wrapped up in the occasion.
It's a good start for Yorkshire, something that Essex are having to grapple with. Mike's come in as a left-hander, so the middle looks different for Essex now, and I think they're just adjusting to that, and also the nature of his ball. He has a very heavy ball. Yeah,
and it is one of those things that you have to factor into the equation, don't you, when you want to win a title of this nature? The changes in structure and partnerships. Oh, that's a cheap point conceded by Yorkshire. He'll be, yeah, there's the shake of the head. I was going to say he'll be disappointed, and clearly he is. Just such a big difference, isn't there, between 4-3 and 5-2 in a shootout of this nature. That could be a massive moment.
Yeah, it's an absolute classic scoreline difference. That's one that you're always looking for as a player.
Yeah, and all of a sudden it's 4 points apiece. Ooh, just again, it wasn't too far off. But yeah, no complaints. You could just tell by the spin of the ball and the way it bounced back, the trajectory of the ball off the glass. It was just the wrong side. Yorkshire 5-4. Yorkshire 6-4. And with one more serve to come as well.
That was a clever shot from Sophie, not putting too much on it. Down the middle, dying off the back wall. And a really nice put away.
Well, maybe now this is where Yorkshire start to believe. This is where Yorkshire start to maybe think about that sprint to the finish line. Essex need to win 6 points. Oh, it just couldn't quite bounce back enough the way that she wanted. And Yorkshire take another big step. At the break, they have a 4-point cushion to work with, and at the changeover, it's
I hardly
Yorkshire
dare speak because I
who
don't
have
want
the
to tempt
advantage.
fate. So over
I'll
to
do
you,
all
Rob.
I'll do all the talking. I'm quite happy to do that for you.
That
That's
was
really,
beautifully played. by
really
Mike
well
there
played.
in the latter
Can't tell you,
stages of that
can't
rally.
emphasise enough how good a shot that was, because again he had a lot of readjustment on the footwork to do. He had to move into position. He had to watch the ball like a hawk as well. And Yorkshire in possession of 5 championship points.
Woo!
And that has hit the wall.
We took it on the first one.
And Sally celebrates alongside me, and Yorkshire go back to back. The champions here 12 months ago in 2024 have done it again. They've defended their title in the mixed pairs for the over 40s. Smiles all round for Mike Tolman and Sophie Cousins. Mission accomplished, job well done, and it's Yorkshire's crown once again. They win the final against Essex on the champions shootout. They take it by 10 points to 4. Sally, a quick word from you if you have the words.
Essex have played brilliantly throughout. It's a tough one to lose, but Yorkshire were dominant in that shootout. I'm off and out to congratulate the team.
You can make way.
Thanks for having me.
Stage exit left. Sally, thanks for your time. Great to have you alongside us for the final. That was Sally Fisher, a very happy and a very delighted member of the Yorkshire team. She's certainly played her part for the women's double so far to date. But it's the mixed pairs who do the business, and it's the mixed pairs who take the honours in our first major final of the weekend. They won it here 12 months ago, this title, and they have defended their crown once again, and I have to say they have worn the crown well. Yorkshire take it in the champion shootout against Essex by 10 points to 4. Join us again tomorrow. We'll have loads more on the UK Padel YouTube channel. Of course, we'll have the men's pairs final and the women's pairs final as well.